The Trojan horse was a spam link. Moonlight settles over the empty plain outside Troy, painting the sand a hush-soft silver. A mild sea breeze drifts through the spears, brushing the quiet walls like someone turning pages only they can read. But this isn't the proud prologue to a clash of heroes. It's the moment an unread email attachment rolls itself up to the gate and waits for a curious click. In the pale glow, a single wooden horse stands patient and polished, carved hooves rooted where campfires used to burn. Its flank holds nothing louder than creaking timbers, yet every plank hums with the promise of one last gift, open to claim. Inside the city, torches dim and armor lies stacked for morning. Sleepless sentries trade quiet wagers on whether dawn will finally taste of peace. No arrows fly, no ladders scrape stone. Only a slow, tempting stillness, the sort that makes even wise kings lean forward to see what might glimmer behind a latch. And so begins a softly told tale of curiosity, caution, and the smallest click that can unweave a kingdom, offered gently enough to lull any watchful heart, yet sharp enough to remind us how silent surprises often do their greatest traveling by night. Chapter 1: The Siege of Spam. The sun, a pale imitation of the digital dawn breaking over the horizon of 1,000 server farms, cast long shadows across the uneven cobblestones of Troy. But Priam, king of Troy, wasn't gazing wistfully at the sunrise. He was staring intently at a flickering screen, a primitive ancestor of a modern LCD, displaying a series of alarming red alerts. His firewall, the city's digital shield against the encroaching Greek menace, was sputtering like a dying candle in a hurricane. "My loyal subjects," Priam announced to his assembled court, his voice laced with the frustration of a man who just spent 3 hours troubleshooting a router. "The firewall, it is failing." A collective groan echoed through the throne room, a sound as ancient as the city itself, but carrying the weary resignation of countless IT helpdesk calls. His advisors, a motley crew of soothsayers, astrologers, and, surprisingly, a fellow who claimed to be an expert in goat-based network security, offered their solutions. "Sire," intoned the chief soothsayer, his eyes glazed over with years of staring at entrails and network diagrams, "I foresee, I have consulted the algorithms, and the solution lies in a sacrifice, a particularly plump goat. To the IT gods, of course. Specifically, the one who controls the DHCP server." Another advisor, a wizened old man with a surprisingly modern-looking laptop, possibly a stolen prototype, suggested, "Perhaps a firmware update? Although, I warn you, the latest patch is rumored to be cursed by the Oracle of Delphi's disgruntled intern." Priam sighed, a sound like the death rattle of a failing hard drive. He knew these were not the answers he needed. The Greek army, 10,000 strong, was a credible threat. But what terrified him more was the prospect of a complete system failure. After all, even the mightiest city-state was vulnerable when its data was compromised. Meanwhile, outside the city walls, the Greek army wasn't employing the usual methods of siege warfare. Forget battering rams and scaling ladders. This was a digital invasion, a cunningly orchestrated campaign of cyber warfare. Their cutting-edge technology, a fleet of modified catapults, ingeniously repurposed to launch spam emails. These weren't your average Nigerian prince emails. No, these were expertly crafted phishing attempts, disguised as invitations to a lavish shopping spree with incredible discounts on Trojan horse-shaped novelty items. Each email was a tiny, insidious package of malware, designed to exploit the Trojans' inherent curiosity. The emails flooded Troy's digital airspace, each one a virtual projectile bearing a dangerous payload. Subject lines like "win a free trip to Olympus" and "unbelievable deal on hand-carved Trojan horses, limited quantities," saturated the inboxes of Troy citizens. The emails landed with a soft thump, far less dramatic than a traditional catapult, yet infinitely more sinister. The Greek military's IT department, led by a surprisingly efficient Odysseus, whose skills extended far beyond battlefield strategy and into the realm of social engineering and malware development, oversaw the campaign. He'd brilliantly leveraged the Trojans' penchant for bargains and their shockingly poor security practices. The digital onslaught was a symphony of chaos, a carefully orchestrated blend of subtle persuasion and outright deception. Odysseus had created email signatures that appeared harmless, images that seemed legitimate, and links that promised untold riches. It was a carefully crafted illusion, a meticulously planned invasion. Back within the city walls, Leo Kuhn, Troy's resident systems administrator, a man perpetually on the verge of a nervous breakdown, was desperately trying to warn the king. He'd discovered traces of the malicious code within the seemingly innocuous emails. "Sire!" he shouted, waving a scroll covered in cryptic symbols that resembled a particularly complex network diagram. "These emails, they contain viruses. They are Trojans! And not the wooden kind. These are sophisticated phishing attempts. The lack of digital signatures should be a major red flag." Leo Kuhn pointed out the glaring inconsistencies: missing sender information, questionable links, and the lack of any antivirus scan results. His frantic warnings were met with blank stares and the dismissive mutterings of the court. They were enthralled with the promise of the emails, blinded by the allure of discounts and rewards. "The man's mad," declared one advisor, adjusting his toga over his surprisingly sleek tablet. "He's always warning us about the dangers of digital demons and data breaches. He needs more goat sacrifices, or maybe a better job title. Systems administrator? Seriously?" Unheeded, Laocoon's pleas fell on deaf ears. His warnings were dismissed as the ramblings of a Luddite, a man obsessed with preventing progress by clinging to archaic and outdated security protocols. The Trojans, caught up in their own digital desires and the tantalizing offers in their inboxes, failed to recognize the imminent danger. The city, once a symbol of strength and impenetrable defenses, was now vulnerable. Its digital defenses weakened by apathy and a general lack of concern for cybersecurity. The stage was set for the greatest digital heist in history. The Trojans were ready to fall for the click of a mouse, just as easily as they'd fallen for Helen's beauty. Their fate was sealed not by swords and shields, but by a single ill-advised click, the very definition of a digital dawn at Troy. The countdown to the invasion had begun. The air crackled with anticipation, a strange mix of excitement and unease hanging heavy over the Trojan camp. The giant wooden horse, a colossal enigma of craftsmanship and digital trickery, stood before them, shrouded in a shimmering, almost ethereal mist. This wasn't the mist of a battlefield, but a digital one, a subtle aura of wireless signals, faint whispers of data packets flitting through the air, mimicking the silent arrival of a newly received email. It was a masterpiece of deception, a Trojan horse in the truest sense of the word. But this time the payload wasn't men, it was malware. The Trojans, a mix of awe and curiosity etched on their faces, gathered around the colossal structure. It was a sight to behold. The intricate carvings seemed to dance in the flickering torchlight, an elaborate facade concealing a sinister interior. To the untrained eye, it was a marvel of engineering, a symbol of peace offered by the apparently retreating Greek army. To Laocoon, however, it was a ticking time bomb, a monument to technological naivete. He had tried to warn them, but his warnings were lost in the din of excitement, drowned out by the promise of an end to the siege, the end of this relentless war that had dragged on for years. Odysseus, master of disguise and now a master of digital deception, stood amidst the crowd, his appearance subtly altered. Gone was the battle-hardened warrior. In his place was a seemingly unassuming software engineer, complete with a grease-stained tunic that suspiciously resembled a modern-day polo shirt, and a tablet remarkably similar to an ancient scroll, though with far more vibrant colors and far less parchment-related smells. He watched, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as the Trojans meticulously examined the horse, their fingers tracing the intricate carvings, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames. They were captivated, hypnotized by the sheer scale and artistry of the deceptive marvel, mirroring the way modern users are captivated by shiny new software updates or the latest viral video. The horse wasn't just a beautiful sculpture, it was a carefully crafted piece of digital weaponry. Odysseus and his team, a blend of ancient warriors and surprisingly adept hackers, had spent months constructing it. They'd cleverly integrated advanced malware into its core, disguised as a seemingly harmless software update. The horse itself was a sophisticated server, brimming with hidden functionalities and pre-programmed attack vectors. They'd cleverly leveraged the Trojans' insatiable thirst for technological marvels, an ever-present vulnerability of any ancient society encountering something new and seemingly advanced. "Marvelous, isn't it?" Odysseus remarked, his voice carrying the subtle undertone of a seasoned salesman, his words a carefully chosen blend of flattery and distraction, a social engineering tactic as old as time itself. A gift of peace crafted by the finest artisans in Greece, a technological marvel, unmatched in its design and innovation. It is a symbol of our admiration, a testament to our respect for your glorious city. His words were carefully crafted, intended to disarm suspicion and feed the Trojans' innate curiosity. The Trojans, enchanted by the horse's beauty and the carefully constructed narrative, were falling for the bait hook, line, and sinker. Their fascination overshadowed any suspicion. They failed to notice the subtle inconsistencies, the faint hum emanating from the horse that suggested far more than just wood and craftsmanship. They missed the faint flicker of internal lights, the almost imperceptible heat radiating from its core. They completely overlooked the fact that this gift wasn't accompanied by a digital signature, an essential element of any legitimate software deployment. This was a masterpiece of misdirection, a sophisticated phishing attempt on a grand scale. The court advisors, usually so quick to detect subterfuge, were mesmerized. The soothsayer, usually attuned to omens and portents, was distracted by a minor glitch in his goat-based network security prediction software. Even Priam, usually wary of strangers bearing gifts, was taken in. His eyes, usually sharp and observant, were wide with wonder. The digital age was a formidable battlefield, and the Trojans were woefully unprepared for its subtleties. The ancient kings were just as vulnerable as modern-day CEOs to the lure of something new, something seemingly beneficial. The city's defenses, previously formidable, were falling victim to the Trojans' own greed and lack of digital awareness. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the Trojan camp, the horse stood silent, a digital beast ready to unleash its payload. The Trojans, oblivious to the danger lurking within, prepared to celebrate this grand gift. They were about to wheel the horse, the digital equivalent of a newly released software update, into the city's heart. Little did they know they were inviting the enemy within their walls, not with swords and spears, but with a carefully crafted package of malware disguised as a symbol of peace. The irony was not lost on Odysseus, who leaned back, satisfied with a job well done, ready to watch the chaos unfold, and to initiate the next stage of this highly creative digital siege. The initial penetration would be subtle. It would begin with seemingly minor disruptions, glitches in the city's infrastructure, mimicking the initial symptoms of a virus infection. Odysseus's team had programmed the horse to gradually exfiltrate information, mapping the city's internal networks, identifying key vulnerabilities, and subtly manipulating the Trojans' existing systems. This wouldn't be a brutal, all-out attack. It would be a slow, insidious infiltration, a data exfiltration process disguised as routine system maintenance. The Trojans, comfortable in their belief that the horse was a symbol of peace, would be none the wiser. They would be too busy celebrating the apparent end of the siege to notice the slow creep of malicious code into their systems. They'd see it as a natural part of the technological improvements expected with the peace treaty. The horse, a seemingly benign gift, was a cleverly disguised weapon. It was a symbol of the Greeks' masterful understanding of the vulnerabilities of an ancient civilization confronting modern technological advancements. It was a lesson in the importance of cybersecurity, a lesson that would be learned the hard way. The night fell, and with it, the Trojan digital defenses began to crumble. The Greeks, their virtual army ready within the horse, prepared to unleash their digital attack. The city of Troy, once invincible, was now vulnerable, its security breached not by physical force, but by a clever act of technological infiltration, a stark reminder that even the mightiest cities can fall prey to a well-crafted piece of malware. The siege, it seemed, wasn't just a military operation anymore. It had evolved into a sophisticated game of digital espionage, with the fate of Troy hanging in the balance, a casualty of its own technological naivete. The digital dawn had broken and the age of cyber warfare had begun. Laocoon, his usually pristine toga now rumpled and stained with the grime of 1,000 frantic keystrokes, paced before the giant wooden horse. He wasn't merely a prophet. He was the city's most disgruntled systems administrator, a man whose warnings about outdated firewall protocols and the dangers of unchecked email attachments had been consistently ignored. Now his worst fears were about to be realized. He'd been trying to explain this, to hammer home the simple yet profoundly crucial need for digital vigilance. He'd even gone so far as to create a rudimentary PowerPoint presentation using meticulously carved wooden tablets, illustrating the dangers of malware with alarmingly accurate depictions of digital viruses devouring data, but to no avail. "Look!" he bellowed, his voice cracking with frustration as he gestured wildly at the horse. The lack of a digital signature alone should raise alarm bells louder than the blaring trumpets of the Greek army. This is a clear violation of basic security protocols. Where is the sender information? Where's the cryptographic verification? Have you even considered the potential for a man-in-the-middle attack? His words were lost in the wave of giddy excitement washing over the Trojan populace. They were too enthralled by the novelty of this gift from their supposed enemies, a shiny new object in a world of swords and shields. This sophisticated wooden server, a marvel of engineering indeed, was captivating everyone, and they were failing to see the danger signs flashing bright red. "But, Laocoon," countered Priam, his eyes still glued to the intricate carvings, "it is a marvel of craftsmanship, a symbol of peace. We can finally lay down our arms and end this tiresome war." Laocoon threw his hands up in exasperation. "Peace? This is a digital siege engine disguised as a decorative piece. It's a sophisticated piece of malware delivered by email, one very large wooden email attachment apparently. I've run a rudimentary scan, using my abacus-powered heuristic analyzer, and I've identified several alarming malware signatures. There are multiple instances of suspicious code. This thing is riddled with malicious scripts, cleverly disguised as decorative carvings. Think of it as the world's most ornate backdoor Trojan horse. Think of it as a beautifully crafted fishing attachment that they never thought we'd open." He pointed to a specific carving, a swirling pattern that to the average eye was simply decorative. See this? This isn't some artistic flourish. This is a clear indicator of a rootkit infection. My analysis shows evidence of a sophisticated, stealthy exfiltration program designed to siphon off data. Financial records, military strategies, city layouts, everything. The Trojans continued their inspection, their minds far from the warning cries of the city's security expert. Laocoon pointed to another intricate detail, a small, almost imperceptible knot in the wood. And that, my friends, is a classic sign of a polymorphic virus. It's adapting, changing its code to avoid detection. The digital equivalent of a shape-shifting monster. Clever programming, I'll give them that. It's masterful deception. He then meticulously described the malware signatures he'd detected. The digital signatures are inconsistent, exhibiting patterns typically associated with known advanced persistent threats. The code is highly obfuscated, making analysis difficult, but my network sensor, fashioned from enchanted bronze wires, has revealed numerous attempts to establish covert communication channels. They're clearly trying to map our network and establish a persistent foothold, the equivalent of establishing a digital beachhead within our city's walls. Laocoon's explanation, peppered with terms like heuristic analysis, polymorphic virus, and data exfiltration, went completely over the heads of his audience. To them, it sounded like the ramblings of a mad prophet, or worse, a Luddite railing against the marvels of new technology. The Trojans, caught up in the thrill of the apparent victory, dismissed his concerns as the predictable anxieties of an old fogey, incapable of appreciating progress. They failed to appreciate that even the most beautiful-looking gifts can hide malicious intentions. "Don't you see?" Laocoon continued, his voice rising to a desperate plea. "We haven't performed even the most basic antivirus scan. We've rolled out the welcome mat to the digital equivalent of a swarm of locusts. We're inviting them in to feast on the city's resources, corrupt our data, and leave our system in shambles. We're talking about a catastrophic breach of national security, on a scale never before seen in the annals of Trojan history. This is not a matter of mere war. It's a catastrophic digital plague waiting to be unleashed." He gestured to the horse again, his eyes wild with a mixture of fear and frustration. "This isn't just wood and artistry. It's a carefully crafted Trojan horse filled with digital vermin, a digital plague carrying the seeds of utter chaos. Every line, every curve, every detail serves a purpose. And it is being carried right into the heart of our city." He tried to demonstrate the dangers with a demonstration, using a meticulously crafted wooden model of a Trojan network, complete with tiny, intricately carved representations of servers, routers, and workstations to show how easily the virus could spread. He used polished stones to represent data packets, demonstrating how a sophisticated intrusion could take place and how the virus could quickly spread through the city's defenses, infecting every aspect of their digital lives. But his passionate pleas fell on deaf ears. He detailed the specific dangers, illustrating how easily the Greeks could exploit the Trojans' technological naivete, and how their lax security practices, a direct result of their focus on traditional warfare, left them vulnerable to this insidious form of attack. He spoke of data breaches, of compromised infrastructure, of the potential for complete system failure. He even went so far as to predict the specific methods of attack that the Greeks would use, such as using social engineering to manipulate unsuspecting Trojans into revealing sensitive information, and leveraging zero-day exploits to bypass the city's rudimentary security measures. But his words were drowned out by the collective enthusiasm and naive optimism of the crowd. The Trojans, convinced of the horse's harmless nature, were now busy arranging for its transportation into the city. They were eager to celebrate the end of the siege, oblivious to the impending doom. The night grew darker, and with it Laocoon's despair deepened. His warnings, based on sound cybersecurity principles, were ignored, leaving him with a grim premonition of the chaos that lay ahead, a digital disaster waiting to explode, all because of a lack of a simple antivirus scan. He had given his best warnings, but his audience was too enchanted by the external beauty to notice the internal decay, an error of judgment that would soon cost them dearly. The siege wasn't over, it was merely evolving, shifting from a physical confrontation to a digital war that the Trojans were woefully unprepared to fight. The fate of Troy hung precariously in the balance, a digital sword suspended over their heads, a consequence of ignoring the voice of reason and the warnings of a very wise, albeit frustrated, systems administrator. The city gates, normally secured with a complex system of bolts and bars, the Trojan equivalent of a multi-layered firewall, were opened with surprising ease. Priam, the king himself, personally supervised the operation, his fingers surprisingly adept at maneuvering the ancient locking mechanisms, a skill honed over years of protecting his kingdom from physical threats. But his digital skills were, to put it mildly, lacking. His focus was entirely on the spectacle of the enormous wooden horse, a testament to Greek ingenuity and a potential symbol of a long-awaited peace. He didn't even pause to question the lack of a digital key, a secure authentication process, or even a simple password. The Trojans, their eyes sparkling with a mixture of excitement and naive optimism, gathered around the colossal wooden structure. It wasn't just a horse, it was an irresistible enigma, a digital Pandora's box promising untold treasures. Their curiosity, fueled by years of war weariness, overwhelmed any lingering doubts about the gift's origin. The very act of pulling the horse through the gates was akin to ignoring an antivirus warning, blindly downloading a suspicious attachment, and executing it with reckless abandon. Inside the hollow belly of the horse, the Greek soldiers, disguised as sophisticated malware, waited. They weren't just armed with swords and shields. They carried with them the digital equivalent of a sophisticated virus, ready to infect the city's systems and sow chaos. Their presence was the digital manifestation of a zero-day exploit, a hidden vulnerability waiting to be exploited. Their arrival within Troy's walls signaled the beginning of a siege not of swords and catapults, but of viruses, Trojans, and insidious digital worms. The scene was a masterful display of irony. The Trojans, who had bravely defended their city from physical attacks for years, were completely unprepared for this new kind of warfare. Their mastery of traditional combat tactics was no match for the subtle, insidious nature of a digital invasion. Their excitement at the prospect of peace was tragically juxtaposed with their utter obliviousness to the danger that lurked within the horse's wooden belly, a danger far more potent and insidious than any physical army. One Trojan, a young man named Hector, a skilled blacksmith in the digital world, although his skill set did not extend to modern cybersecurity, was particularly fascinated by the intricate carvings on the horse. He ran his fingers over the ornate designs, oblivious to the fact that these intricate patterns were actually carefully hidden algorithms, sophisticated lines of code designed to mimic the natural grain of the wood, but serving as a gateway for the malicious code. He marveled at the craftsmanship, entirely missing the fact that these carvings acted as advanced obfuscation, making the malicious code hard to detect, a beautiful digital camouflage. Another Trojan, a young woman named Cassandra, a renowned weaver known for her intricate patterns and symbolic designs, was particularly struck by the horse's magnificent proportions and the almost mystical quality of its presence. She saw in the horse a symbol of the gods, oblivious to the fact that the horse represented not divine intervention, but the cunning manipulation of digital hackers who had effectively exploited a vulnerability in the city's security posture. She was captivated by the beauty and the symbolic meaning she assigned to the horse, a sign of peace, of a return to normality, blinded by the aesthetic appeal of the horse, which obscured the threat it represented. The king, ever practical, focused on the logistical challenges of getting the horse inside the city walls. He organized the Trojans into teams, assigning them tasks with military precision. He oversaw the construction of makeshift ramps and the deployment of specialized equipment, the equivalent of ignoring antivirus warnings to rapidly install potentially harmful software to ensure the safe passage of this digital behemoth into the heart of their network. His focus was purely on the physical challenge, totally ignoring the warnings, the threat, the obvious lack of digital verification, and, of course, the sheer scale of the danger. The password, or rather the lack thereof, was particularly telling. The Trojans, proud of their city's defenses and their ability to withstand siege after siege, were so focused on their physical protection that they'd neglected the realm of digital security. There was no digital equivalent to the mighty walls of Troy. No passwords, firewalls, or even a simple antivirus scan. The massive wooden horse rolled through the gates as if it were the digital equivalent of a password-protected email link that the recipient had immediately and carelessly clicked open. As the horse was pulled into the city, Leo Kun, his pleas ignored, watched in horror. He knew that this wasn't simply the end of the siege, it was the beginning of something far worse. The digital plague he had warned against was now unleashed, ready to spread through the city's systems, corrupting data, stealing secrets, and ultimately crippling the city's infrastructure. He knew that the digital attack was far more destructive than any physical battle could ever be, and Troy, for all of its strength and resilience, was wholly unprepared. The celebrations began. The Trojans, convinced that their troubles were finally over. They were reveling in the apparent victory, their attention diverted by the spectacle and the promise of a future free from war. It was the digital equivalent of excitedly opening an email with an enticing subject line or clicking on a tempting link, oblivious to the potential damage. Their celebrations were a poignant reflection of the carelessness with which they had approached their digital security. They were celebrating what they mistakenly believed to be peace when, in reality, they were inviting chaos into their digital heart. Their lack of foresight, their unquestioning acceptance of the supposed gift, would come back to haunt them in ways they could scarcely imagine. The night fell, concealing the impending disaster, but not the growing sense of unease amongst a handful of Trojans who were paying attention to the details, to the warnings that were now being shouted louder than ever, but which no one was paying attention to anymore. The digital malware was beginning its work. The horse, a stunning feat of engineering and a deceptive digital tool, was a beautiful and deadly example of how easily a well-crafted phishing attempt can lead to catastrophic outcomes, a fact many Trojans were about to discover the hard way. The horse's intricately carved exterior hid a complex network of hidden compartments and pathways, digital pathways into the city systems. As darkness embraced Troy, the Greek soldiers inside the horse, armed with their digital tools, began their infiltration. It was a seamless process, akin to a sophisticated virus silently replicating itself across a network, accessing sensitive data, manipulating systems, and laying the groundwork for complete control. The Trojan city's digital defenses were far weaker than its physical ones. Their traditional warfare prowess could not defend them from this new kind of siege, a silent invasion of data and systems. The ensuing digital chaos was a testament to the Trojans' technological naivete and their complete lack of digital security awareness. They were unprepared not just for war, but for the most basic concepts of cybersecurity, like having a firewall, a password, or an antivirus scan. Their digital world, which was now entirely vulnerable, was about to be ravaged in ways that their primitive understanding of technology simply couldn't comprehend. The consequences of their curiosity, their misplaced trust, their complete lack of digital vigilance would soon be felt throughout the city, a stark reminder of the dangers that lurk behind seemingly harmless gifts, a testament to the critical importance of cybersecurity in a world where the lines between the physical and digital realms have become increasingly blurred. The night, filled with the sounds of celebration, was also filled with the silent workings of sophisticated malware, a dark prelude to the digital siege that was about to engulf Troy. The celebratory din gradually subsided as the first stars pricked the darkening sky. A hush, pregnant with unspoken anxieties, began to settle over the city, a stark contrast to the boisterous revelry that had preceded it. The Trojans, still basking in the perceived triumph of peace, were blissfully unaware of the digital tempest brewing within the belly of the wooden horse. Unbeknownst to the revelers, the horse's exterior, meticulously crafted to appear as a simple gift, concealed a sophisticated network of digital pathways. These pathways, disguised as intricate carvings and seemingly innocuous patterns, were in reality advanced algorithms meticulously designed to bypass Troy's rudimentary security systems. The Greek soldiers, their swords replaced by lines of code, were already hard at work. They activated a digital backdoor, cleverly hidden within the horse's structure. It was a masterclass in stealth, a perfect example of social engineering meets advanced malware. A Trojan within a Trojan, if you will. The moment the digital defenses were deactivated, the horse sprang to life, not with physical movement, but with a digital surge. It was as if the entire structure had transformed into a giant, intricately designed pop-up ad, bursting forth with an onslaught of Greek soldiers, rendered not as flesh and blood, but as aggressively pixelated warriors, each one a persistent pop-up that demanded to be closed. They emerged from every nook and cranny of the horse's digital interior, from seemingly innocent carvings, from hidden compartments within the code, from crevices previously unnoticed by the unsuspecting Trojans. They were digital invaders, a wave of malware attacking in a torrent of code. The initial reaction was one of bewilderment. The Trojans, expecting peace, were met with a torrent of digital chaos. Their screens, or rather the digital equivalents of their screens, ancient clay tablets inscribed with data that were now flickering and malfunctioning, displayed an alarming flurry of error messages. Their digital scrolls, filled with years of accumulated data, started to corrupt, with glyphs transforming into indecipherable symbols. It was the digital equivalent of a computer virus going haywire, wreaking havoc on everything it touched. Panic began to spread like wildfire, a stark contrast to the festive mood that had permeated the city just hours before. The king, Priam, who had displayed such confident dexterity with the physical locking mechanisms, was now utterly bewildered, his fingers fumbling hopelessly over what could have been a rudimentary keyboard, had one existed in this pre-digital age. He stared at his own personal data slate, now flashing error messages in a language older than the city itself. His efforts to rectify the situation were about to prove futile, as were most of his attempts to manage the chaos. The scene was a chaotic blend of ancient warfare and modern technological disaster. Swords clashed against firewalls, shields deflected streams of digital data, and the Trojans' traditional combat skills proved utterly useless against this digital onslaught. The Greeks' digital weapons were far more advanced, utilizing a range of malware, worms, and denial of service attacks. They were far superior in their ability to wreak havoc on Troy's systems. They were the perfect example of a zero-day attack, silently eroding the city's digital defenses without a trace. Hector, the blacksmith who had admired the intricate carving so intensely, now found himself facing a digital siege within his own workshop. His attempts to understand and defend his work were in vain. His tools of the trade were useless against this new form of attack. He was a digital blacksmith facing an enemy he couldn't understand. Cassandra, the weaver, watched in horror as her intricate designs and complex patterns, painstakingly woven over years, were rendered meaningless by the digital invasion. Her digital loom, a sophisticated tool for creating beautiful tapestries, was now a mangled mess of corrupted data. Her symbolic representations of the gods were completely overwhelmed by the raw power of the digital attack. Laocoon, the prophet who had been silenced earlier, now watched with grim satisfaction as his warnings finally came to pass. His earlier pleas for caution, dismissed as the ramblings of a paranoid old man, were now tragically vindicated. He saw the folly of relying on only physical strength, the critical need for understanding digital threats. The digital chaos unfolding before him was a testament to the Trojans' ignorance and the critical importance of embracing technological advancements. The once magnificent city was now a digital battlefield. The network was crippled, communications were disrupted, data was corrupted, and chaos reigned supreme. The Trojans, masters of physical warfare, were utterly helpless against this new kind of enemy, a foe that attacked not with swords and spears, but with code and viruses. Their pride in their traditional strength was now a source of their downfall. The Greeks had cleverly bypassed the city's physical defenses by exploiting its lack of digital preparedness. The digital siege was a complete and total success. The night continued its descent into digital chaos. The sound of swords clashing against firewalls, the silent whirring of corrupted data, the frantic cries of Trojans battling against an invisible enemy painted a picture of utter technological pandemonium. The scene was both terrifying and hilarious, a perfect encapsulation of the absurdity of a technological invasion superimposed onto a classic tale of war and conquest. The Trojans' attempts to fight back were largely ineffective. Their attempts to use their traditional weapons were as absurd as trying to fight a virus with a sword. The digital onslaught was too sophisticated, too pervasive. The Greeks' digital prowess dwarfed the Trojans' lack of understanding and preparedness. As the night deepened, the extent of the damage became terrifyingly clear. The Trojans' entire digital infrastructure, their records, their communications, their defenses, was in ruins. The digital invasion had been brutally effective, a stark demonstration of the consequences of neglecting digital security. The Trojans, masters of physical warfare, had become victims of their own technological complacency. The siege of Spam, initially a physical invasion, had evolved into something far more insidious, a digital plague that threatened to unravel the very fabric of Trojan society. The consequences of their actions, their naivete, their blissful ignorance were now irrevocably etched into the digital tapestry of their existence. Their night of celebration had turned into a night of digital despair, a terrifying lesson in the importance of digital security in a world where the line between the physical and the digital was increasingly becoming blurred. The digital invasion was complete, and the Trojans, the once proud defenders of their city, were now at the mercy of their invisible enemy. The war was far from over. It had just entered a new, more terrifying phase. Chapter 2: Firewall Failures. Priam, the king of Troy, whose prowess in matters of siege and defense was legendary, found himself utterly outmatched. The enemy wasn't a flesh and blood army, but a digital horde swarming through the city's defenses like digital locusts. His royal decree, usually met with unquestioning obedience, now seemed as ineffective as a stone tablet against a laser beam. He clutched at a stylus, a digital equivalent of a stylus, his fingers tracing across its surface with a frantic energy that belied his regal composure. His normally serene brow was furrowed, his usually majestic bearing replaced with a mixture of frustration and bewilderment. He'd initially dismissed the warnings of his advisors, those who possessed a rudimentary understanding of this digital realm, as they called it, as the pronouncements of crackpots obsessed with strange symbols and flickering lights. Now, the flickering lights were everywhere, a digital wildfire consuming the very fabric of Troy's digital existence. The city's once reliable communication network, a complex system of clay tablets and runners, was now a chaotic mess of corrupted data and garbled messages. The royal archives, containing generations of Trojan history and wisdom, were threatened with irreversible damage. Even the palace's heating system, controlled by a rudimentary yet effective system of levers and pipes, which had hitherto been beyond any technological challenge, was now failing intermittently, due, he suspected, to some sort of digital sabotage. His attempts to secure his personal data slate, his digital equivalent of a royal ledger, were as heroic as they were comical. Priam, a man used to commanding legions, found himself wrestling with the complexities of password management. His initial password, "Troy is unbreakable," naturally didn't quite meet the stringent requirements of the emerging digital world. It lacked uppercase letters, special characters, and, most importantly, any semblance of complexity. The system, with a chillingly impersonal voice echoing in his chamber, politely but firmly informed him that his password was, in fact, far from unbreakable. His subsequent attempts were equally disastrous. Iliad 123 was deemed too simple. Hector's hammer was rejected due to a compromised character set. He considered Helen off Troy, but his frustration got the better of him. Damn Greeks, which he considered a masterpiece of strategic naming, was promptly flagged for containing unacceptable language. Finally, in desperation, he typed in his birth date, a truly awful password choice, even by the lowest standards. The system, unsurprisingly, locked him out after 3 failed attempts. Priam's frustration was matched only by his growing fear. The digital siege was not just a technological inconvenience, it was a threat to the very existence of Troy. The city's defenses, which had withstood countless physical sieges over millennia, were crumbling under the weight of this invisible, intangible enemy. The Trojans' famed resilience and strength seemed utterly useless against lines of code and corrupted data. His attempts to secure the city's firewalls were equally fraught with peril. The concept of a firewall, which had been explained to him in excruciating detail by a perplexed advisor, was lost on him. He viewed it as some kind of magical barrier, to be strengthened simply by increasing its overall thickness, a concept he equated to simply adding more guards to the city walls. His attempts to strengthen the firewall involved a series of frantic clicks and adjustments that led invariably to the complete shutdown of the system. The digital equivalent of Troy's gates slammed shut, not to keep out the enemy, but to lock Priam and his kingdom out of their own digital infrastructure. The advisor, a wizened old man whose beard was speckled with the digital dust of countless failed attempts at tech support, looked on in a mixture of amusement and despair. "Your Majesty," he ventured, his voice barely a whisper above the digital turmoil, "perhaps we need a more systematic approach." "Systematic?" roared Priam, whose patience was wearing as thin as his royal robes. "My approach is perfectly systematic. I am the king. My word is law, even in this digital realm." He slammed his stylus down, accidentally causing a cascade of meaningless symbols to appear on his slate. He stared at the cryptic gibberish, his royal face flushed with a blend of fury and despair. His next attempts involved what he believed was a shrewd application of brute force. He summoned his engineers, demanding that they build a bigger, stronger firewall, ignoring their desperate pleas for a more nuanced approach. The resulting digital structure, though significantly larger, proved to be as porous as a sieve. The Greeks, it seemed, had anticipated such a clumsy response and devised methods to circumvent the expanded defenses. It was as if they had been expecting this from the start. Night after night, Priam battled the digital invaders, his royal frustration mounting with each passing hour. He tried everything he could think of, disabling and re-enabling security protocols, often causing greater harm than good, attempting to manually delete the offending digital code, accidentally erasing vital data, and even employing his royal guard to physically defend the city's digital infrastructure, a spectacle that involved many guards staring blankly at complex circuitry and muttering darkly about sorcery. Each attempt was a new disaster, a grand comedic failure in the face of an invisible enemy whose weapon of choice was not steel, but code. As dawn approached, however, a glimmer of hope emerged. His younger son, Paris, known more for his charm than his strategic thinking, suggested an approach quite different from his father's frantic brute force attempts. His method was less about strength and more about deception. He proposed a cunning strategy of digital camouflage, a way to conceal Troy's vulnerabilities rather than trying to physically block the Greek invaders. Paris's proposal involved creating a decoy network, a digital smokescreen that would attract the Greeks' attention away from Troy's actual vulnerabilities. This digital Trojan horse, a clever mirror image of the Greeks' own creation, was far more sophisticated than anything Priam had attempted. It would be a virtual trap, leading the Greeks down a path of digital deception. This would buy them precious time to secure the essential systems, analyze the Greek digital intrusions, and implement robust long-term defense strategies. The old king, initially skeptical, watched in silent astonishment as his son's plan unfolded. It was a testament to the power of adaptability, of abandoning traditional brute force solutions and embracing the sophistication of modern digital warfare. It highlighted how in the world of cybersecurity, sometimes the best defense is a well-placed illusion. As Paris's digital trap began to ensnare the Greeks, a sense of hope washed over Priam. The war was far from over, but for the first time in many hours, the king of Troy felt that victory might yet be possible, proving that even in the digital realm, clever strategy could defeat overwhelming force. Paris's digital decoy, a masterful piece of digital camouflage, was proving remarkably effective. The Greeks, lured by the shimmering mirage of vulnerable data, were busily probing and pecking at the decoy network, their digital forces diverted from Troy's actual defenses. This bought Priam some much-needed time, a precious respite in the digital storm. But the respite was short-lived, for a new threat emerged, one far more insidious and cunning than any digital intrusion. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly like a virus mimicking a system file. A series of seemingly innocuous messages began flooding the Trojan network. Messages bearing the digital signature of Helen, the supposed catalyst for this entire conflict. But these messages weren't declarations of war or boasts of military prowess. Instead, they were charming, flirtatious, almost guileless. Helen, it turned out, was far from the simple pawn in a larger game that the Trojans believed her to be. In reality, she was a sophisticated, albeit entirely unintentional social engineer, a walking, breathing fishing expedition. Her digital footprint, meticulously crafted over years of seemingly innocent online activity, had become a weapon of unparalleled potency in the hands of the Greek military IT department. Her messages weren't delivered through official Greek channels. They arrived via private, seemingly untraceable means, disguised as personal communications. They arrived masked as love letters, infused with just the right amount of longing, of affection, of longing-fueled vulnerability. These messages perfectly exploited Trojan's fondness for gossip and their almost pathological interest in the lives of the royal family. The first message, intercepted by a bewildered Trojan archivist named Antenor, seemed harmless enough. A simple, almost shy inquiry about the city's latest gossip. "Dearest Cassandra," it read, "do tell me what is the latest on the palace intrigue. I do so yearn to hear of life beyond the confines of my barracks." Attached to the message was a seemingly innocuous digital image, a seemingly ordinary picture of Helen looking wistfully toward the Trojan walls. But within that image was a tiny, almost invisible Trojan, a digital backdoor that could grant access to the entire Trojan network. Antenor, known for his sharp intellect but lacking the technical acumen to discern such threats, promptly forwarded the message to a group of his peers, initiating an irresistible chain reaction of intrigue and gossipy curiosity. The message spread like wildfire through the Trojan network, each subsequent forwarding opening up further vulnerabilities, the social engineering equivalent of opening a Pandora's box of digital compromise. The subsequent messages were even more cleverly crafted. They contained seemingly innocuous details about Helen's daily life, her thoughts, her feelings, her cravings for specific Trojan delicacies. These messages exploited Trojan vulnerabilities, their inherent curiosity, and their profound susceptibility to anything remotely related to the alluring Helen. Each message contained a different type of social engineering attack, gradually eroding Troy's digital defenses and planting the seeds of their imminent downfall. One message discussed a new type of Trojan pastry, a recipe that had mysteriously appeared on her personal blog. The recipe, however, contained a hidden hyperlink, leading to a seemingly harmless website. But this website was a cleverly disguised watering hole attack, designed to infect any user who clicked on it. The Trojan guards, easily tricked by this digitally appealing bait, were among the first to fall victim to this ingenious trap. Many of them were so eager to prepare the pastry for their families, ignoring all caution flags, much like the Trojan horse itself. Another message alluded to a private concert being held in the Greek camp, featuring the latest hit songs uploaded to what appeared to be a Trojan music sharing platform. It appeared that Helen was sharing her musical tastes with a select group of Trojan friends. The Trojans, unaware that this was a phishing attempt, eagerly clicked the links, unwittingly downloading malware that allowed the Greeks to map the entire network's layout. The Greeks acquired a sophisticated digital blueprint of the Trojan city, outlining its most vulnerable points. Then came the most ingenious ploy, a seemingly simple request for information disguised as a request for help. Helen, in her simulated distress, claimed to have lost a precious family heirloom, a digital artifact of immense sentimental value. She requested the Trojans to access her old cloud storage and help her locate the missing item. This subtle request for assistance opened a gateway for the Greeks to access Troy's digital treasure trove. This seemingly small act, innocently given, allowed the Greeks to gain access to the city's most sensitive digital data. The Trojans, swayed by their loyalty to Helen as well as their own deep sense of empathy, eagerly rushed to assist, oblivious to the fact that they were willingly handing over the keys to their own digital kingdom. The effect was devastating. The city's firewalls, already weakened by the earlier attacks, crumbled under the weight of this coordinated social engineering assault. The Greeks, having gained access to Troy's core systems, began to unleash their full digital arsenal, causing havoc and wreaking digital mayhem upon the unsuspecting Trojans. The irony wasn't lost on the Greek IT team. Here they were, exploiting Helen's very name, her supposed allure, and the Trojans' weakness for it, to bring about the downfall of a city whose legendary strength and defenses were, ultimately, no match for the subtle art of social engineering. Priam, witnessing the havoc unfold, was aghast. His attempts at brute force countermeasures were futile against the insidious nature of this attack. He was facing a threat he couldn't see, couldn't touch, and couldn't comprehend. The very concept of a digital Helen, the epitome of female guile in the digital age, was beyond his comprehension. He spent hours reviewing the messages, baffled by the simple elegance of this attack. The simplicity of the attack, masked by the sophistication of its delivery, was what had allowed the Greeks to cripple Troy's defenses. Paris, observing his father's bewilderment, offered a grim explanation. "Father," he said, "it wasn't just a digital horse they sent. It was Helen's digital echo, her persona, her very essence, subtly crafted to exploit our inherent weaknesses. They used her image, her words, her very appeal to break down our defenses from within. We fell victim not to brute force, but to our own susceptibility to human nature, amplified by the power of the digital world. The Trojan War, it turned out, wasn't just a battle of armies, but a war of information, a subtle and insidious conflict waged not with swords and spears, but with cleverly crafted keystrokes, deceptive digital images, and the irresistible allure of human curiosity. The mighty walls of Troy, seemingly impenetrable, had been breached not by force, but by the quiet, insidious click of a mouse. The legendary city, famed for its strength and resilience, fell not to a physical siege, but to a well-executed phishing campaign. And at the center of it all, surprisingly, unwittingly, tragically, was Helen. Hector, renowned throughout Troy for his unmatched prowess on the battlefield, found himself utterly outmatched in this new digital war. His spear was useless against the relentless barrage of malware. His shield offered no protection against the insidious creep of digital viruses. He was a warrior thrust into a cyber battlefield, armed with little more than outdated antivirus software and a stubborn refusal to surrender. His first line of defense was a creaking antique antivirus program, a relic from a bygone era of dial-up modems and floppy disks. Its interface was a bewildering array of cryptic commands and outdated warnings, a digital labyrinth that would have baffled even the most seasoned tech expert. Hector, however, approached it with the same unwavering determination he brought to every battle. He spent hours poring over its manuals, deciphering its arcane instructions, his brow furrowed in concentration, his fingers flying across the keyboard with surprising agility. His efforts, however, were largely futile. The Greek malware was far too sophisticated for this ancient warrior to combat. It mutated and adapted with alarming speed, easily evading the antiquated virus definitions of Hector's ancient protector. He fought bravely, deleting infected files, quarantining suspicious processes, and desperately trying to patch the gaping holes in Troy's digital defenses. But the damage was already done. The virus, like a tenacious hydra, sprouted new heads whenever one was cut off. Undeterred, Hector attempted a different tactic. He decided to try data recovery. He remembered stories of ancient digital scrolls, backups kept hidden within the city's encrypted archives. These backups were the city's last line of defense, a digital Noah's Ark containing crucial data financial records, military strategies, even Priam's prized collection of digital poems. He spent days sifting through dusty servers, navigating complex file systems, desperately seeking a way to restore the city's lost data. His fingers ached, his eyes burned, but Hector pressed on, fueled by a potent cocktail of adrenaline and Trojan grit. The archives were a digital jungle, a chaotic mess of disorganized files and cryptic folders. He stumbled upon forgotten password-protected documents, encountering outdated file formats that required specialized software long since obsolete. He even uncovered files that seemed to predate even his knowledge of digital technology, a testament to Troy's unexpectedly rich history of digital innovation, now buried under layers of forgotten data. He felt like an archaeologist excavating a digital past, each discovery offering a bittersweet reminder of a world lost to the Greek invasion. He fought off digital intruders with the same ferocity he displayed on the physical battlefields. He engaged in digital sword fights with malicious bots, parrying their attacks with his limited knowledge, sometimes successfully deflecting their blows, but often succumbing to their sophisticated strategies. He was outmatched in terms of technological prowess, but he was a warrior, and armed with Trojan spirit and determination, he fought on. He even tried a desperate last-ditch effort, a rudimentary form of digital counterattack. He compiled a collection of ancient Trojan lullabies, transforming them into a series of coded messages, intending to disrupt the Greek network through a series of sonic attacks, a primitive form of denial of service. The effort, however, proved as effective as trying to stop a tidal wave with a sieve. The Greek system shrugged off the digital lullabies, barely even registering the disruptive attempt. Despite his valiant efforts, Hector's attempts were as futile as trying to halt the tides with a broom. He was fighting a war against a much more advanced enemy, an enemy with superior resources, sophisticated weaponry, and a complete disregard for the ancient rules of engagement. His skills, honed in the arena of physical combat, were simply inadequate in this digital domain. He was a David facing a Goliath armed with algorithms and terabytes of data, a knight battling a dragon of bits and bytes. He battled exhaustion, frustration, and a creeping sense of hopelessness, his spirit slowly beginning to fray under the weight of his defeat. The digital world was a hostile and unforgiving place, a harsh digital landscape strewn with the ruins of his broken efforts. He was a hero out of time, his legendary courage and strength proving to be no match for the sheer technical superiority of the Greek invaders. The irony wasn't lost on Hector. He, a warrior famed for his strength and unwavering courage, had been rendered helpless by something he couldn't see, touch, or even fully comprehend. The mighty Hector, who once brought down enemy heroes with a single blow, now found himself grappling with cryptic error messages and corrupted files, a warrior reduced to the role of a frustrated digital peasant. His story serves as a cautionary tale, a testament to the limitations of human strength and courage in the face of a superior technological force. He even tried appealing to the gods for assistance, praying for divine intervention in the digital realm, requesting a miracle to save Troy from this unseen enemy. However, the gods, it seemed, were as technologically challenged as the Trojans. The digital realm held no place for divine intervention. Hector's story is not one of triumph, but of resilience and unwavering courage in the face of insurmountable odds. His struggle embodies the desperate, heroic efforts of individuals trying to fend off sophisticated cyber attacks, constantly outmaneuvered by the subtle artistry of malicious code. He is a symbol of the David fighting a Goliath, the valiant warrior facing not a sword-wielding adversary, but an invisible enemy that infiltrates and wreaks havoc from within the system itself. His story is a stark reminder that even the mightiest warrior can be undone by an enemy wielding superior technology. The digital Trojan horse had succeeded not through brute force, but through clever tactics that exploited Troy's fundamental vulnerabilities and left even their mightiest heroes struggling and defeated. And as Hector sat, weary and defeated, amidst the digital debris of Troy's fallen defenses, he knew that the war was far from over and that Troy's fate hung precariously in the balance. His valiant efforts, although ultimately unsuccessful, served as a poignant illustration of the human spirit's capacity for struggle and perseverance, even in the face of overwhelming technological odds. It was a tale of heroism in the digital age, a story of a warrior battling not men, but algorithms, viruses, and the invisible forces of a world he could barely comprehend. His fight served as a potent reminder that even in the digital age, courage and resilience remain essential, even if those virtues alone are often not enough. The whispers of Achilles' prowess preceded him, even across the digital battlefield. Unlike the brute force tactics of his fellow Greeks, Achilles' approach to conquering Troy was as elegant and precise as his legendary spear thrusts. He wasn't just a warrior, he was a master programmer, a digital strategist whose algorithms were as lethal as his blade. His code was the spear, his network the shield, his strategy the carefully calculated assault. While Hector and his fellow Trojans struggled with outdated antivirus and fragmented defenses, Achilles wielded a technology so far advanced, it seemed almost mythical. His arsenal wasn't filled with swords and shields, but with sophisticated algorithms, impenetrable firewalls, and self-replicating malware that moved through the Trojan networks with the silent efficiency of a phantom. He had anticipated and counteracted every potential Trojan defense, even before they were implemented. His understanding of Trojan systems was unnervingly complete, a digital divination of their weaknesses and vulnerabilities. His primary weapon was an algorithm he called the algorithm of conquest. This wasn't some simple virus, but a complex, multi-layered program capable of adapting and evolving in real time. It learned from its interactions with the Trojan network, identifying and exploiting weaknesses with an almost sentient intelligence. It was a digital hydra, each severed head replaced by two more potent ones. The core of the algorithm of conquest was based on an ancient Greek principle: know your enemy. Achilles had spent months meticulously studying Troy's network infrastructure. He'd analyzed their traffic patterns, identified their security flaws, and mapped their entire digital landscape with a precision that would have made a modern-day cartographer envious. This wasn't simple hacking, it was a strategic masterpiece, a digital siege meticulously planned and flawlessly executed. The algorithm's first phase was reconnaissance. It deployed a swarm of microscopic probes, digital scouts, that silently infiltrated the Trojan system. These probes gathered intelligence on everything from password complexity to server vulnerabilities, creating a detailed profile of Troy's digital defenses. They were like tiny digital spies, moving undetected, reporting back to Achilles in real time, providing him with the precise intel he needed to launch his main attack. Once the reconnaissance phase was complete, Achilles unleashed the core of his algorithm of conquest. This phase involved a multi-pronged attack, a carefully orchestrated symphony of digital chaos. Some components targeted the Trojan database, deleting crucial information and sowing confusion. Others attacked their communication lines, creating cascading failures that paralyzed their ability to respond. Yet another component launched a relentless denial of service attack, flooding their systems with meaningless traffic, effectively shutting down their entire network. It was a coordinated assault, each element designed to amplify the effect of the others. Achilles' mastery extended beyond mere attack strategies. His defenses were equally formidable. He employed layered firewalls, each built with a different algorithm, creating an impenetrable fortress of digital protection. Each layer was designed to trap and neutralize any Trojan countermeasures. If one layer failed, the next was already in place, ready to repel the intrusion. It was a defense in depth, a strategy so robust it was practically unbreachable. The Trojans, meanwhile, were frantically trying to counter the attack. They patched holes, deleted infected files, and desperately attempted to restore their systems. But it was a losing battle. The algorithm of conquest was too sophisticated, too adaptive. It was like trying to drain the ocean with a teaspoon. Every attempt to fight back only provided the algorithm with more information, fueling its self-learning capabilities and making it even more lethal. Achilles' genius wasn't limited to coding. It extended to psychological warfare. He exploited the Trojans' inherent trust in their own outdated systems, their ignorance of the sophisticated threats lurking in the digital shadows. He played on their belief that their ancient systems were invulnerable, making their surprise and subsequent defeat all the more complete. His was a war fought not only on the digital battlefield but also in the minds of his enemies. The algorithm of conquest wasn't just a destructive force. It was a tool of information control. As it ravaged the Trojan network, it simultaneously planted Trojan horses, each carrying carefully selected misinformation designed to sow discord and confusion. This digital disinformation campaign further weakened the Trojans' ability to coordinate their defense, adding to the effectiveness of the assault. It was a subtle, almost elegant strategy, adding a layer of complexity and deception to his attack. Furthermore, Achilles utilized a sophisticated form of steganography, concealing messages within seemingly innocuous data packets. These hidden messages provided real-time updates on the progress of the attack, subtle directives to shift priorities, and carefully crafted psychological manipulations. It was a hidden command structure, an invisible network controlling the chaos he was unleashing. His strategy wasn't solely about destruction. Achilles' final objective wasn't simply to cripple Troy's systems, but to gain complete control of them. The algorithm of conquest included a backdoor, a hidden pathway that allowed him direct access to the heart of the Trojan network once the initial assault was completed. This backdoor was flawlessly hidden, camouflaged within the chaotic aftermath of the attack. It was a masterstroke of digital deception, a secret access point concealed amidst a landscape of digital devastation. The fall of Troy wasn't just a consequence of superior weaponry. It was a testament to Achilles' strategic brilliance. His use of advanced algorithms, his layered defenses, his psychological warfare, and his meticulous planning demonstrated a mastery of digital combat that surpassed anything the Trojans could have imagined. His victory wasn't a simple conquest. It was a symphony of digital destruction, a masterful demonstration of a warrior's intellect, proving that even in the digital realm, strategy and intelligence were as powerful as brute force. The algorithm of conquest wasn't just code, it was a legend in its own right, a testament to a warrior who understood that the greatest battles are won not with strength alone, but with cunning and intellect. The legend of Achilles wouldn't only be etched in the annals of warfare, but also in the history of cyber conflict. He was, after all, the first true digital warlord, a testament to the power of algorithms and strategy in a world increasingly dominated by code. His legacy wouldn't be just that of a warrior, it would be that of a pioneer in the dark arts of digital warfare, paving the way for future generations of cyber commanders. The whispers of his algorithm would echo through the digital ages, a warning and a testament to the power of a skilled programmer in a world constantly shifting to code. The Trojan network, once a seemingly impenetrable fortress, began to crumble under the relentless assault. It wasn't a clean, efficient collapse. It was more like a chaotic demolition derby, with servers crashing like dominoes and databases imploding like soufflés left too long in the oven. The airwaves, once filled with the hum of efficient data transfer, were now choked with error messages, a cacophony of digital screams echoing across the digital landscape. Priam, the king, a man more accustomed to issuing decrees than debugging code, found himself overwhelmed. His royal advisors, normally adept at navigating political intrigue, were utterly lost in the labyrinthine world of corrupted files and cascading failures. They huddled around flickering screens, their faces illuminated by the ghostly glow of error messages, whispering frantically in a mixture of ancient Greek and tech jargon. Their attempts at damage control were about as effective as using a Bronze Age shield to deflect a modern-day missile. The first sign of trouble was subtle, a slight lag in the royal messaging system. It was the digital equivalent of a hiccup, barely noticeable at first but rapidly escalating into a full-blown seizure. Then came the email cascade, a deluge of spam messages, each a tiny digital Trojan horse carrying their own payload of malware. It was a digital version of the Trojan horse itself, but instead of soldiers, it was malicious code, each tiny program more destructive than 1,000 spearmen. The royal database, containing centuries of Trojan history, financial records, and state secrets, began to fragment. Vital information disappeared like mist in the morning sun, leaving behind only cryptic error messages. It was a digital version of the Library of Alexandria burning, only instead of scrolls, it was terabytes of data going up in digital smoke. The royal accountants, normally meticulous in their bookkeeping, were now reduced to helpless onlookers, their faces reflecting the despair of a civilization losing its digital memory. Meanwhile, the Trojan firewall, already weakened by years of neglect and outdated software, finally gave way. It was a catastrophic failure, a digital dam bursting under the weight of the relentless attack. The flood of malicious code surged through the system, infecting server after server like a digital plague. The once organized network, neatly arranged like the meticulously planned city walls, became a chaotic mess, a digital wasteland filled with broken systems and corrupted files. The Trojan social media accounts, previously showcasing the city's vibrant culture and economic prosperity, were now overrun with fake news, propaganda, and conspiracy theories, courtesy of Achilles' digital disinformation campaign. The carefully curated image of Troy as a beacon of civilization was crumbling, replaced by a digital echo chamber of confusion and chaos. It was a digital smear campaign, making even the most polished social media strategy seem amateurish. Attempts to reboot the servers proved futile. The systems were so thoroughly compromised that even the most experienced technicians couldn't restore them. It was like trying to resurrect a corpse with a Bronze Age defibrillator. The situation was dire. Troy's digital infrastructure, the backbone of its economy and defense, was in complete disarray. The city's communications network collapsed, leaving the citizens in digital darkness. Rumors spread like wildfire, amplified by the unreliable social media feeds. Panic set in as citizens struggled to understand the unfolding digital apocalypse. The streets, once filled with the bustling energy of a thriving city, now echoed with the sounds of bewildered citizens grappling with the digital chaos. This was a digital siege, an unseen enemy bringing the mighty city to its knees. The Trojans' attempt at digital defense was woefully inadequate. Their antivirus software was outdated, their firewalls were porous, and their backup systems were frankly a joke. They were like knights in shining armor facing an army of cyber warriors, armed with nothing but rusty swords and shields. Their reliance on ancient methods in a digital age had rendered them defenseless against Achilles' technologically superior army. The sheer scale of the devastation was staggering. The loss of data was immeasurable. Years of research, historical records, financial transactions, and personal information were reduced to digital dust. It was a digital Pompeii, buried under layers of corrupted files and useless code. The catastrophe went beyond mere data loss. It crippled the city's defense mechanisms, leaving them vulnerable to even simpler attacks. Their ability to coordinate, to communicate, to even track their own resources was decimated. It was a digital dark age. The failure wasn't just a technological one, it was a cultural one. The Trojans, proud of their traditions and their resistance to change, had stubbornly clung to outdated systems, dismissing warnings and ignoring the growing threat of cyber warfare. They had become victims of their own complacency, their resistance to innovation proving to be their ultimate downfall. The fall of Troy's servers wasn't a single event. It was a gradual erosion, a slow but relentless decay of their digital defenses. It was a cascade of failures, each one compounding the next, until the entire system collapsed under its own weight. It was a cautionary tale, a digital morality play highlighting the importance of cybersecurity in a world increasingly dependent on technology. A world where neglecting digital defenses isn't just inconvenient, it can be catastrophic. The tale of Troy's digital downfall serves as a stark reminder that even the mightiest empires can crumble in the face of a well-orchestrated cyber attack, especially if they fail to update their antivirus. The consequences weren't confined to the digital realm. The collapse of the network triggered a ripple effect throughout Trojan society. The economy ground to a halt as businesses struggled to operate without access to their systems. Essential services from communication to transportation were severely disrupted, plunging the city into chaos. The social fabric began to unravel as rumors and misinformation spread unchecked, exacerbating the already tense atmosphere. It was a perfect storm of technological failure and social unrest. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. A city known for its formidable walls had been conquered not by physical force, but by the invisible tide of malicious code, a testament to the power of the digital age and a grim warning to those who underestimate the threat of cybersecurity. The digital ghosts of corrupted files haunted every corner of the city, a constant reminder of their technological naivete and the devastating consequences of neglecting digital security. The fall of Troy wasn't just a military defeat, it was a technological one, a stark reminder that the battlefields of the future are as likely to be digital as they are physical. The Siege of Troy, now a potent blend of ancient myth and modern technology, became a cautionary tale, a chilling prophecy of the vulnerability of even the mightiest empires in the face of sophisticated cyber warfare. The Trojan horse, a symbol of cunning and deception, now stood as a monument to the dangers of neglecting technological innovation and the importance of cybersecurity in the age of digital warfare. Chapter 3: Data Breaches and Divine Intervention. The chaos in Troy wasn't lost on Mount Olympus. Zeus, the CEO of the cosmos, sat at his gleaming, cloud-shaped workstation, a storm of emails, divine alerts really, flashing across his holographic display. Each notification signified another server crash in the Trojan network, another data breach of epic proportions. He sighed, a gust of wind rattling the windows of his office, which, incidentally, ran on a cutting-edge solar-powered system far superior to anything the mortals possessed. "Another one?" he grumbled, his voice echoing like distant thunder. Hera, his ever-efficient chief operating officer, floated beside him, her expression a mixture of exasperation and weary amusement. "It's the Trojans again, my lord. Their security protocols are Well, let's just say they're not adhering to the divinely mandated cybersecurity guidelines. Hera, a stickler for rules and regulations, and a formidable coder in her own right, had spent centuries trying to implement standardized security measures across the mortal realm. Her efforts, however, were constantly thwarted by human error, technological limitations, and the occasional divine prank orchestrated by her mischievous brother Poseidon, head of the oceanic network infrastructure. Poseidon, it turned out, had a peculiar habit of rerouting data streams through sea monsters, causing significant delays and data corruption. I warned them about the risks of downloading suspicious wooden horses, Hera said, her voice laced with a barely concealed sense of, I told you so. They never listened to the automated security warnings. I sent them 5 separate compliance reports. 5! And now look at the mess. Ares, the head of the Divine Military Network, grumbled from the corner. His holographic battle map displayed a chaotic mess of red alerts, symbolizing the digital incursion in Troy. This is a breach of unprecedented proportions, Zeus. They've lost critical data. Their communications are completely down. Their social media presence is in shambles. And my favorite bakery's online ordering system is offline, wailed Aphrodite, goddess of love and apparently a connoisseur of digital pastries. She'd been planning a divine online cupcake competition, and this data breach had completely thrown her schedule into disarray. The digital equivalent of a divine tantrum was brewing. Hermes, the messenger god and head of the divine communications department, flitted around the room, his digital wings a blur of activity. He attempted to relay messages to the beleaguered Trojans, but the sheer volume of error messages clogging the network made communication nearly impossible. The divine equivalent of a network outage had rendered the gods, for all their power, almost as helpless as the mortals below. We need to escalate this, declared Hephaestus, the chief engineer, his face illuminated by the glow of his perpetually smoldering forge computer. Their security is so weak, it's like trying to protect a city with a toothpick. We need a full system restoration, a complete database rebuild, a full malware cleanse. A full system restoration? Hephaestus, that's gonna take centuries, exclaimed Athena, goddess of wisdom and chief strategist of the Olympian IT department. The bureaucratic paperwork alone, she trailed off, shuddering at the thought. The divine bureaucracy was as notorious as its mortal counterpart, only with longer meetings and far more celestial tea breaks. The ensuing hours were a whirlwind of divine activity, a chaotic symphony of coding, troubleshooting, and bureaucratic red tape. Zeus, after several failed attempts at remote system diagnostics, finally decided to dispatch a team of divine technicians, a squad of cherubs armed with laptops and celestial screwdrivers, to Troy. Their mission to assess the damage and attempt a temporary fix. The cherubic team arrived in Troy amidst the digital pandemonium, their tiny halos glowing softly in the dim light. Their efforts, however, were met with resistance from the Trojans, who, in their confusion and panic, mistook them for advanced Greek spies. A brief but hilarious chase ensued, with cherubs dodging catapults and mortals struggling to comprehend the sudden appearance of winged digital technicians. The gods watched the chaos unfold on their holographic monitors, their celestial faces a mixture of exasperation and amusement. The situation was far from ideal, but, they reasoned, even gods couldn't make mortals responsible for their own cybersecurity. The mortals, after all, had free will and, tragically, an apparent aversion to software updates. The gods could only offer assistance and hope that their divine intervention wouldn't be met with yet another wave of misunderstandings and accidental data destruction. As the situation in Troy continued to unravel, the Olympian IT department found themselves swamped with more and more urgent requests. They juggled patching critical security vulnerabilities, restoring corrupted databases, and dealing with a flood of help desk tickets from distraught mortals. It was a true testament to the chaos that ensued when ancient myth met modern technology. The gods, despite their immense power, were faced with a truly unique challenge, one that tested even their patience and technical expertise. The Trojan horse, they realized, had proven to be more than just a symbol of military deception. It had become a symbol of the ongoing struggle between ancient traditions and modern technological advancements, a battle that even the mightiest gods found difficult to win. The ensuing weeks were spent in a frantic race against time, a chaotic dance between divine intervention and mortal incompetence. The entire affair served as a humbling lesson for both gods and mortals alike, highlighting the undeniable importance of strong cybersecurity measures in an increasingly digital world. Even in the realm of myths, the power of malware was undeniably real. The situation in Troy was dire, a digital inferno raging through their networks. Even the Olympian gods with their celestial powers felt the heat. While Zeus fretted over the overall network stability and Hera meticulously documented the breaches, it was Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare, who stepped up to engineer a solution. Athena, it turned out, wasn't just a strategist of battles fought with swords and spears. She was a master of digital battles, a cybersecurity prodigy whose skills transcended millennia. Her divine workshop, nestled within the clouds, hummed with the energy of 1,000 servers. Unlike Hephaestus's fiery forge, Athena's workspace was a marvel of clean lines and shimmering holographic displays. Here, amid the whirring of celestial processors and the gentle thrum of quantum computing cores, she embarked on her most ambitious project yet, Athena's antivirus, AAV. Designing an antivirus for a situation as unique as the Trojan horse breach was no simple task. This wasn't just any malware. This was a self-replicating, self-camouflaging digital beast, cleverly disguised as a seemingly harmless gift. Athena needed to create something equally cunning, something that could penetrate the Trojan defenses and eliminate the Greek malware without causing collateral damage to the city's essential systems. Her first step was understanding the enemy. Athena summoned a holographic projection of the Trojan horse's code, a complex tapestry of algorithms and hidden commands. It was a masterpiece of malicious programming, a digital Trojan cleverly designed to bypass traditional security measures. The code, she quickly determined, was remarkably sophisticated, employing advanced techniques like polymorphism, meaning it continuously changed its form to evade detection and rootkit technology, ensuring that it remained virtually undetectable. "This is elegant," she murmured, a hint of grudging admiration in her voice. "It's like a beautifully crafted poison dart, coated in honey." The Greek programmers responsible were clearly masters of their craft, albeit using their skills for nefarious purposes. Athena, however, was determined to create a countermeasure far more sophisticated. Her approach was multifaceted. First, she needed a detection system that could identify the malware even in its constantly changing forms. This required a novel algorithm, a kind of digital sixth sense that could recognize the malware's underlying behavior patterns, regardless of its outward appearance. She drew inspiration from the mythical oracle of Delphi, envisioning an algorithm that could interpret the subtleties of the code, effectively predicting the malware's next move. This required weeks of painstaking work, a trial and error process that involved countless simulations and refinements. She tweaked parameters, adjusted variables, and optimized algorithms, testing her progress against simulated Trojan horse incursions. Sometimes the system would fail spectacularly, causing simulated digital apocalypses that made the Olympian IT department jump. Other times, it would perform flawlessly, leaving Athena with a sense of quiet satisfaction. Her algorithm, eventually, wasn't just about detecting the malware, it was about understanding its intentions. Athena envisioned a system that could anticipate the actions of the malware, intercepting its commands before they could cause any damage. It was a system designed not just to react, but to proactively defend against the threat. The next challenge was eradication. Athena realized she couldn't simply delete the malware, that would risk system instability. She needed a more surgical approach, a method of neutralizing the malware without harming the host system. She designed a digital quarantine, a secure virtual environment where the malware could be contained and rendered harmless. This quarantine utilized advanced virtualization techniques, isolating the malware from the rest of the system, like placing a digital virus in a sealed glass case. Once the malware was contained, Athena turned her attention to the rootkit components, that insidious part of the code designed to hide the malware's presence. To counter this, she designed a sophisticated rootkit hunter, a digital bloodhound with an uncanny ability to sniff out hidden malware and expose its dark secrets. This hunter utilized advanced heuristics and machine learning techniques, effectively identifying and disabling rootkit functions, making the malware completely transparent. Finally, Athena tackled the problem of self-replication. The Trojan horse malware reproduced rapidly, making eradication a constant battle. Her solution was a self-healing system, a digital immune system that could automatically repair damaged files and re-establish system stability after a malware attack. This innovative approach incorporated advanced self-healing algorithms, inspired by the regenerative capabilities of certain mythical creatures like the Hydra. Once all the components were ready, Athena assembled them into a unified package, Athena's antivirus. It wasn't just an antivirus, it was a comprehensive digital defense system, a sophisticated shield designed to protect against even the most advanced forms of malware. It was a masterpiece of defensive programming, a beacon of hope in the digital darkness engulfing Troy. Deploying AAV proved to be a thrilling test. The software was sent through a newly created Divine Network channel, bypassing the crippled Trojan infrastructure. As it worked its way through the infected system, it was like watching a digital battle unfold in real time. The holographic display in Athena's workshop showed a dynamic representation of AAV's progress, with lines of code representing the virus and the antivirus engaging in a silent war. It was a tense standoff. The Greek malware fought back fiercely, employing every trick in its arsenal to evade detection and survive. But Athena's antivirus proved to be more than a match. The digital sixth sense identified the malware's insidious tactics. The digital quarantine contained its spread, and the rootkit hunter exposed its hidden layers. The system was slowly but surely being cleansed. The success of AAV was not without its challenges. There were moments when the system was almost overwhelmed, causing Athena to mutter under her breath and adjust parameters in a desperate attempt to maintain control. But her creation held strong, a testament to her skill and ingenuity. With the final lines of malware neutralized, a wave of relief washed over the Olympian IT department. AAV had done its job. Troy's digital landscape was gradually being restored, a testament to Athena's divine programming and ingenious solutions. The city's systems were slowly coming back online, and the gods breathed a collective sigh of relief. The age of the Trojan horse and the nightmare it had unleashed seemed to be finally over. But as Athena noted, a well-written antivirus is only as good as the users who run it. The lessons learned about the vulnerability of systems to malicious code and the importance of vigilance and sound security practices were lessons that even the immortal gods would continue to heed for many an age. The war might be won, but the battle against digital threats was far from over. The aftermath of the Trojan horse breach left Olympus in a state of nervous energy. While Athena's antivirus had successfully neutralized the immediate threat, the underlying chaos remained. Networks flickered, data streams sputtered, and the divine equivalent of blue screen errors plagued the celestial servers. This was where Zeus, king of the gods and self-proclaimed master of all things, found himself hopelessly out of his depth. Zeus, despite his formidable lightning bolts and earth-shattering roars, possessed a technological acumen that barely extended beyond lighting a divine barbecue. His attempts to assist the beleaguered Trojans were less than graceful, a comical blend of divine power and profound technological cluelessness. He'd tried initially a brute force approach. He'd hurled thunderbolts at the offending code, hoping to fry the malicious programs, a tactic that resulted in a city-wide power outage and several near misses with important Olympian data centers. "By the river Styx," he bellowed, his usually majestic voice laced with frustration. Why must these mortal contraptions be so complicated? He slammed his fist on the console, a beautifully carved golden oak affair that looked remarkably out of place next to the blinking lights and whirring fans of the modern equipment Athena had introduced. The console naturally malfunctioned, showering Zeus with a cascade of digital rain. Hera, ever the meticulous record keeper, watched his antics with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. She'd carefully documented every one of his missteps in her exquisitely crafted, cloud-synced spreadsheet, which was backed up on no less than 7 different servers across different cloud providers. "Darling," she said, her voice dripping with a saccharine sweetness that only concealed her utter contempt. "Perhaps you should leave the technical aspects to those who understand them." Zeus, however, was not one to back down from a challenge, even if that challenge involved something as baffling as cloud computing. His initial attempts at deploying backup systems had been unsuccessful. He tried to conjure a storm cloud to act as a backup server, but the cloud, being somewhat sentient and possessing a rather strong aversion to work, simply drifted away to rain on a field of particularly unruly satyrs. His next attempt involved summoning Hephaestus, god of the forge and technology, of a much older fire and hammer variety. Hephaestus, bless his soot-stained heart, had tried to physically rebuild the Trojan network using hammers, anvils, and a seemingly infinite supply of bronze wires. The result was a chaotic tangle of metal, sparks, and vaguely burnt digital components. The Trojans, already struggling with a digital siege, were now facing the prospect of a literal one. The situation highlighted the stark contrast between the gods' traditional powers and the intricacies of the modern digital world. Zeus's attempts at divine intervention were met with hilarious results, a testament to the fact that even the most powerful beings can be overwhelmed by technology they don't understand. He wasn't entirely alone in his struggle, though. Many of the other gods found themselves flummoxed by the complexities of the digital realm. Poseidon, god of the sea and seemingly master of the turbulent waters, attempted to install a new firewall by summoning waves that crashed against the Trojan servers. The result was a short circuit, and Poseidon had to spend the rest of the day calming down a very angry server room. Ares, god of war, attempted to hack the system by unleashing a digital torrent of rageful emojis which caused more confusion than actual damage. Only Hermes, messenger god and surprisingly adept at navigating digital landscapes, managed to provide any meaningful assistance, acting as a divine tech support agent, relaying instructions from Athena to the struggling mortals. Zeus, however, refused to admit defeat. His pride, as vast as the heavens themselves, wouldn't allow it. He consulted with the muses, hoping their inspiration would shed light on the mysteries of the digital world. They suggested a collaborative poem-based approach to troubleshooting, which led to more confusion. He then turned to the fates, hoping their knowledge of destiny could predict the next technological crisis. They merely prophesied a future filled with endless software updates and even more frustrating technical support calls. Meanwhile, Athena had completed the development of a sophisticated cloud-based system to replace the ravaged infrastructure of Troy. It was a triumph of digital engineering, a cloud network that drew on the power of the very fabric of the cosmos. Its strength and resilience were such that it could withstand even the most powerful digital assaults. This network served as a sturdy foundation for the restoration of Troy. The deployment of Athena's new cloud system, however, proved to be a logistical nightmare for the Olympians. The challenge was not the technology itself, but the integration with existing systems, many of which were ancient and operated on principles of magic and divine intervention. This involved complex translations between the languages of lightning bolts and binary code, a task only Hermes seemed capable of managing. Zeus's attempts at monitoring the system's progress were legendary in their ineptitude. He attempted to access the cloud data using his lightning bolts, only to end up short-circuiting the entire system. In another attempt, he tried to divine the system's status through reading the entrails of a particularly technologically savvy goat. The goat, after a brief examination of the complex data streams, simply blinked at Zeus and went back to chewing on its cud. Finally, after days of trial and error, of Zeus accidentally deleting important files and Hera meticulously restoring them, Athena's new system became operational. The transformation of the city's digital landscape was apparent immediately. A renewed vigor permeated the digital space. Data flowed freely, and the Trojan people's resilience was restored, giving them a much-needed technological uplift. The experience, however, had a profound impact on Zeus. He finally grasped the humbling truth that even the king of the gods could be utterly baffled by the intricacies of modern technology. He learned, albeit grudgingly, to appreciate Athena's expertise and the crucial role of advanced technology in a digitally connected world. The whole experience, fraught with technological chaos, brought the Olympian gods closer to humanity, bridging the gap between the mythic past and the modern digital age in a uniquely hilarious way. The Trojan War may have been over, but the Olympian IT department's adventures were far from finished. The digital age had arrived in Olympus, and even the gods had to learn to adapt. The lessons learned about the importance of collaboration, understanding new technologies, and properly backing up data would forever be etched in the annals of both mortal and divine history. The newly restored Trojan network, a testament to Athena's ingenuity, hummed with a newfound vitality. Data flowed freely, a stark contrast to the chaotic aftermath of the Trojan horse incident. Yet, even as the digital dust settled, a new storm brewed on Olympus, a storm of a distinctly Aresian variety. Ares, god of war, was, to put it mildly, not known for his technological prowess. His understanding of computers was roughly equivalent to a caveman's understanding of quantum physics, which is to say, non-existent. However, his inherent belligerence and impulsive nature often led him to inadvertently wreak havoc in the digital realm. He'd been attempting to boost morale amongst the Greek forces, a task that involved, in his mind, unleashing a torrent of fiery digital encouragement. He envisioned a dazzling display of animated war cries and aggressively patriotic emojis, a digital barrage of motivational posters designed to invigorate the troops. What he actually managed to achieve was less inspiring and more apocalyptic. Ares, in his eagerness to unleash his digital war cry, had mistakenly stumbled into the world of denial of service attacks, DOS. Instead of a targeted morale-boosting message, he had inadvertently unleashed a torrent of data packets, a digital flood overwhelming the Greek network's capacity. He'd essentially thrown a digital equivalent of 1,000 flaming boulders at their network, only instead of destruction, he managed to crush it under the sheer weight of his misguided enthusiasm. The result was catastrophic. Greek communication lines went down, their sophisticated surveillance systems sputtered and died, and the entire digital infrastructure crumbled under the sheer volume of Ares's accidental assault. The entire network, meticulously crafted by Athena, was brought to its knees. It was a spectacular, if unintentional, display of digital warfare, a testament to the unpredictable nature of even the most well-intentioned, or, in Ares's case, ill-intentioned but ultimately accidental actions. The irony was, of course, not lost on anyone, especially Hera, who promptly added another meticulously documented entry to her cloud-synced spreadsheet detailing Ares's epic technological failure. This time, however, it wasn't just Zeus who was the subject of ridicule. Ares found himself squarely in the crosshairs of Hera's sharp wit. "My darling Ares," she drawled, her voice dripping with the same sweet venom that only a goddess of marriage could perfectly cultivate. "You've managed to outdo even Zeus in your technological incompetence. A denial of service attack? Really? One would think the god of war would have a slightly more sophisticated approach to digital combat." Ares, ever sensitive to criticism, mumbled something about unintended consequences and the unforeseen complexities of modern warfare, while simultaneously trying to delete the evidence of his digital blunder, a task he performed with the grace of a drunken elephant trying to navigate a china shop. He only managed to further corrupt the system with his frantic attempts to cover his tracks. The Trojans, still reeling from their own digital devastation, seized this unexpected opportunity. With the Greek forces effectively blinded and deafened by Ares's digital attack, they were able to launch a series of counteroffensives, utilizing the chaos to their advantage. The weakened Greek network allowed the Trojans to slip through the digital cracks, their defenses breached, and their ability to coordinate efforts severely compromised. Meanwhile, Hermes, ever the resourceful messenger god and impromptu tech support, desperately tried to explain the situation to Athena, his words a flurry of binary code and divine pronouncements. Athena, despite her own technological brilliance, found herself wrestling with the sheer absurdity of the situation. The god of war, through sheer incompetence, had single-handedly handed the Trojans a decisive advantage in the digital war. The aftermath of Ares's digital blunder was a whirlwind of frantic activity. Athena, with Hermes assisting in the background, worked tirelessly to repair the damage, her fingers flying across the keyboards of her custom-built divine consoles. Hephaestus, ever practical, tried to reinforce the Greek digital defenses using his traditional methods, hammers, anvils, and an alarming amount of bronze wire. The resulting sparks and short circuits only added to the existing chaos. Zeus, initially amused by Ares's incompetence, a rare sight that temporarily eclipsed his own technological struggles, soon realized the gravity of the situation. His attempts at intervention were, as usual, less than helpful. He tried to use his lightning bolts to reboot the network, resulting in a massive power surge that temporarily fried several key servers. He then attempted to bribe the system back to life with promises of ambrosia and nectar, only to be met with silence, and rather rudely, a few error messages. The episode served as a stark reminder. Even in a technologically advanced age, the human or divine element remains the most unpredictable and potentially destructive force. Ares' accidental DOS attack, born from a misguided attempt at digital encouragement, highlighted the unpredictable nature of warfare, both digital and traditional. The Trojans, initially victims of a digital siege, capitalized on their opponent's missteps, a testament to the dynamic and ever-shifting nature of conflict in the modern era. The war raged on, not only on the battlefield but also in the digital realm, a complex and volatile landscape where even the gods were vulnerable to the unpredictable forces of technology and human error. The incident also underscored the importance of proper training and caution, even for the most powerful beings. Ares' gaffe was a costly lesson, not only for the Greek forces but also for the Olympians themselves. It highlighted the crucial role of effective digital security protocols and highlighted the fact that, in the digital realm, the smallest mistake could have catastrophic consequences, impacting even the mightiest of forces. The gods learned, albeit through a rather chaotic and embarrassing lesson, that even the most powerful beings could become victims of their own overconfidence and lack of technological understanding. The war continued, a fascinating blend of mythology and modern technology, reminding its readers that even in a world of gods and goddesses, the human element, including our capacity for error, could be the most surprising and unpredictable factor. The situation was dire. Ares' ill-conceived digital barrage had left the Greek network in ruins, a smoldering digital wasteland littered with the wreckage of corrupted files and shattered servers. The Trojans, sensing weakness, were already probing for vulnerabilities, their digital probes like insidious ants swarming a fallen giant. Athena, despite her best efforts, couldn't stem the tide alone. The network needed more than just software patches. It needed a fundamental overhaul, a reinforcement of its very core. And that's where Hephaestus came in. Hephaestus, the blacksmith god, wasn't your typical tech-savvy deity. He preferred the clang of hammers to the click of keyboards, the smell of molten bronze to the sterile scent of server rooms. But his understanding of materials, of structure, of building things that could withstand immense pressure, was unparalleled. He saw the problem not as a software issue, but as a hardware vulnerability. The Greeks, in their reliance on sophisticated algorithms and clever code, had neglected the physical foundations of their digital defenses. They'd built a magnificent digital castle, but forgotten the foundations. Hephaestus was here to rectify that. His forge, nestled deep within the volcanic heart of Mount Etna, roared with activity. Instead of swords and armor, he was crafting something far more intricate, specialized hardware designed to counter the Trojan cyber attacks. His first creation was the Aegis Shield, a hardened server chassis forged from a meteorite, imbued with divine enchantments to resist electromagnetic pulses, EMPs, and other forms of digital sabotage. This wasn't just any server, it was a fortress, a digital bulwark capable of withstanding even the most determined assaults. The chassis itself, crafted from a blend of adamantium and volcanic rock, was virtually indestructible, capable of withstanding physical attacks that would cripple ordinary servers. Hephaestus didn't stop there. He created the Cyclops core, a cluster of high-speed processors, each one a miniature marvel of engineering. These weren't ordinary chips. They were forged from a special alloy that enhanced their processing power exponentially. Each core was imbued with a fragment of Hephaestus's own divine spark, granting them unparalleled resilience and speed. The Cyclops core was capable of processing information at speeds that would make modern supercomputers look like abacuses. Next came the Hermes Messenger, a high-bandwidth network interface crafted from finely woven threads of gold, laced with strands of lightning-conductive mithril. This wasn't just a cable, it was a lightning-fast conduit for data, able to transmit information across vast distances with unparalleled speed and security. The Hermes messenger was designed to bypass the damaged parts of the Greek network, creating a secure, high-speed connection that allowed the Greek forces to communicate effectively, even amidst the digital chaos. But Hephaestus's most ingenious creation was the Charon's Ferry, a highly specialized data backup system. This wasn't your typical cloud storage solution. It was a physical device, a self-contained data vault protected by an array of enchanted locks and security protocols. The Charon's Ferry was designed to safeguard crucial Greek data, ensuring that even if the main network was compromised, vital information would remain secure. The data was stored on durable obsidian disks, etched with runes of protection that prevented unauthorized access. The device itself was housed in a container made of reinforced titanium and sealed with a magical sigil that only Hephaestus could unlock. As Hephaestus tirelessly toiled, he grumbled to himself, his voice echoing through the cavernous forge. "These Olympians," he muttered, shaking his head. "All this fancy software, and they forget the basics. A solid foundation is everything. You can have the most advanced algorithms in the world, but if your hardware's weak, it's all for naught." His creations weren't just feats of engineering, they were works of art, each one bearing the distinct mark of Hephaestus's skill and ingenuity. The intricate designs, the seamless integration of divine magic and advanced technology, were a testament to his mastery. The Aegis shield shimmered with an ethereal glow, the Cyclops core pulsed with a gentle internal light, and the Hermes messenger hummed with barely contained energy. The installation of Hephaestus's hardware was a marvel in itself. Athena, Hermes, and a team of specially trained nymphs worked tirelessly to integrate the new systems into the existing infrastructure. The process was arduous, requiring delicate precision and a deep understanding of both divine magic and cutting-edge technology. But the results were spectacular. The Greek network, once teetering on the brink of collapse, was reborn, stronger and more secure than ever before. The Aegis shield absorbed the brunt of incoming attacks. The Cyclops core processed information at blinding speeds, and the Hermes messenger ensured seamless communication. The Trojans, who had been capitalizing on the Greek network's vulnerability, found themselves suddenly stymied. Their attacks were deflected, their probes intercepted, their efforts thwarted by Hephaestus's ingenious creations. The Charon's Ferry provided a secure backup, ensuring that even in the event of a catastrophic breach, the Greeks would be able to recover their critical data. The integration of Hephaestus's hardware marked a turning point in the digital war. It demonstrated the critical importance of hardware security in a digital world, a lesson learned the hard way. The Greeks, initially focused solely on software, now understood that physical security was just as vital, if not more so, in protecting their information. They learned that even the most sophisticated algorithms were vulnerable if the underlying hardware was weak. Hephaestus, the god of the forge, had proven that in the battle for digital supremacy, a strong foundation was just as crucial as a clever strategy. The war continued, but the Greeks, fortified by Hephaestus's hardware innovations, were now on a more even footing. The balance of power had shifted not just through software updates and algorithmic enhancements, but through the power of raw divine craftsmanship. The digital battlefield had become a strange but fascinating blend of mythological prowess and technological advancement, underscoring the essential connection between the physical and the digital worlds. The gods had to acknowledge, however begrudgingly, the essential role of hardware in the modern or mythological world. Chapter 4. The ransomware request. The digital dust settled, leaving behind a battlefield of shattered firewalls and corrupted data streams. The Trojans, initially triumphant, now found themselves facing a new challenge, the Greeks' unexpected demand for tribute. But this wasn't the gold and jewels of legend. This was a ransom of a different kind, a digital levy collected not in shimmering coins, but in something far more novel, bronze bitcoins. The concept, while initially baffling to the Trojans, was explained with a simple analogy by Odysseus, ever the master of rhetoric. Imagine, he began, his voice echoing across the digital battlefield, a farmer whose crops are the lifeblood of his village. A rogue band of raiders sweeps through, destroying his fields, leaving him with nothing. But these raiders are not satisfied with mere destruction. They demand payment for the restoration of his fields. They offer him a choice: pay or forever remain without sustenance. This, Odysseus explained, was the nature of ransomware. The Greeks, having infiltrated Troy's digital defenses, had wreaked havoc on their systems, crippling their ability to function. Now they offered a solution: the decryption key to their ravaged systems. The price? A cryptocurrency forged not in the furnaces of modern technology, but in the ancient forges of Hephaestus himself. Bronze bitcoins. The idea at first glance seemed absurd. Bronze bitcoins? What good were ancient coins in the digital realm? But Odysseus patiently explained the principle. The Greeks, he argued, were not interested in the physical properties of the coins. The act of forging the coins represented a symbolic payment. The Trojans, accustomed to thinking in terms of gold and silver, were thrown by this novel concept. Priam, the Trojan king, initially scoffed, his beard bristling with indignation. Bronze? Do these Greeks mock us? They attack our systems, cripple our economy, and then demand payment in worthless metal? Hector, ever the warrior, was quick to condemn the idea. We shall crush them. We shall fight them to the death, and take back what is ours. But Aeneas, the wise counselor, raised a hand, tempering their anger. Patience, brothers. Let us consider this carefully. These Greeks are no ordinary raiders. Their attack was clever, precise, and undeniably effective. Their demand, however strange, is undoubtedly serious. Helen surprisingly sided with Aeneas. This isn't just about the coins themselves, is it? She remarked, her voice laced with a hint of understanding. It's about their value as a proof of work. Remember the intricate algorithms Hephaestus used to create the hardware defenses? This could be his own clever take on a digital ransom, albeit one that requires manual effort for verification. The discussion extended late into the night. The Trojans, experts in siege warfare and chariot combat, found themselves entirely out of their depth in this new digital battlefield. The concept of digital currency, of the exchange of value through lines of code, was foreign to them. They debated long into the night, pondering the implications, reviewing past strategies, and consulting the oracle, who was, unfortunately, out of service due to a network outage. Odysseus, meanwhile, watched with amusement, his sly smile betraying his satisfaction. He knew the Trojans' technological inadequacies. Their lack of comprehension in this new domain would ultimately be their undoing. The Greeks' demand wasn't simply a ransom, it was a test, a means of measuring the Trojans' resourcefulness. The idea of forging bronze bitcoins, however, presented its own set of challenges. The Trojans, renowned for their craftsmanship in bronze and gold, were still far from creating a bitcoin, digital or otherwise. The process, Odysseus explained, was not simply the act of minting bronze coins. It required a precise, complex process involving a unique cryptographic hash that needed to match the pattern specified in the ransomware's code. Each coin, they discovered, must possess a unique digital signature, a sequence of numbers and letters that was both verifiable and unforgeable. This required skilled artisans, time, and importantly, understanding the underlying principles of digital cryptography. The ensuing scene was a chaotic blend of ancient techniques and modern concepts. Skilled artisans, typically involved in crafting intricate weapons and jewelry, now toiled over furnaces and anvils, creating digital identities on bronze, painstakingly measuring weight, and carefully crafting surfaces for the inscriptions of complex algorithms that were sent to them through messenger pigeons, now carrying digital data. The hubbub within the city walls was akin to a blacksmith convention mixed with a hacking conference, the clang of hammers punctuating the urgent discussions. But the Trojans were not entirely helpless. They possessed their own unique skills, their mastery of bronze work, their knowledge of metallurgy, and their dedication to precision. Their experts, after some struggle and confusion, began to understand the demands of the task. Each coin was not just a piece of metal, it was a complex mathematical puzzle, a digital token meticulously created with a physical manifestation. As the Trojans struggled, Odysseus and his fellow Greeks observed with a mixture of amusement and grudging respect. They had underestimated the Trojans' ability to adapt and innovate. The Trojans, though lacking the Greeks' advanced digital prowess, possessed a stubborn resilience and an innate understanding of craftsmanship that proved surprisingly relevant in this strange new world. Days turned into weeks, and the Trojans slowly made progress. They realized they needed to understand the technology behind the bronze Bitcoin rather than rely on blind faith. They studied the Greek messaging system, initially through intercepted communications, and eventually through the help of a clever Trojan spy. Let's just say he had a knack for picking locks, both digital and physical. The Trojans were slowly creating their tribute, piece by piece, hash by hash, strike by strike. They were learning not merely to pay the ransom, but to understand the very technology that had brought them to their knees. The exchange of bronze bitcoins was finally arranged, a bizarre scene of ancient artisans meeting modern hackers in the shadowed corners of Troy's digital network. The Greeks, their task accomplished, prepared for their digital departure, leaving behind a Troy that was both humbled and strangely enlightened. They had won the battle, but perhaps the Trojans had won the war against ignorance. The experience left both sides with a new respect for the blend of ancient crafts and cutting-edge technology, and a shared understanding of just how peculiar the digital world can be, especially when ancient gods are involved. Priam, his usually regal bearing slightly crumpled, paced before the flickering screen displaying the Greeks' ransom demand. The bronze bitcoins, the very idea was preposterous. He'd ruled Troy for decades, negotiating treaties with kings and emperors, but this was a digital dragon he couldn't even begin to slay with a conventional spear. He summoned his advisors: Helen, ever insightful; Aeneas, ever pragmatic; and even Hector, whose furious objections were now tempered by a grudging acceptance of their predicament. "We cannot simply submit," Hector thundered, his voice echoing in the makeshift war room, a hastily assembled space cluttered with bronze ingots, half-finished sculptures, and surprisingly, a plethora of laptops borrowed from the city's surprisingly tech-savvy merchant class. "They invaded our systems, crippled our defenses. They must pay for their insolence." Aeneas, ever the voice of reason, countered, "Brother, our pride is admirable, but our situation is precarious. We lack the expertise to counter their digital assault. We must negotiate." Helen, her eyes gleaming with strategic insight, added, "And Priam, we must understand their tactics. Their demand isn't solely about the bronze bitcoins. It's about the effort we expend to produce them. Each meticulously crafted coin, each perfectly matched hash, is a testament to our capabilities and an admission of their technological superiority. This is a test of wills disguised as a ransom demand. Priam, recognizing the wisdom in their words, decided to engage in a dialogue, a delicate dance between ancient diplomacy and the baffling world of cybersecurity. He contacted Odysseus, his message transmitted via a surprisingly reliable messenger pigeon, carrying a data stick encrypted with an algorithm cobbled together by the city's most skilled scribes. The message was simple. Priam, king of Troy, acknowledged the Greeks' unexpected form of tribute, but proposed a negotiation. He'd meet their demand, but he sought to understand the terms. Odysseus responded swiftly, the message arriving almost instantaneously, delivered through a series of carrier pigeons trained for lightning-fast relay. The Greek response was both mocking and subtly informative. The ransom wasn't just a payment, it was a test. A test of their abilities, their resolve, and more importantly, a testament to the effectiveness of their own cyber warfare. Odysseus suggested a video conference, a concept that took a team of the city's most learned astronomers several days to explain to Priam. The video conference, a marvel of engineering involving a series of complex mirrors, lenses, and a surprisingly robust network of carrier pigeons, was a clash of cultures. Priam, resplendent in royal robes, sat amidst the flickering light of the monitor, while Odysseus and his compatriots appeared as shimmering figures on the screen. Their digital avatars, a visual representation of their dominance in this strange new battleground. Odysseus, with his usual air of arrogance, explained the details of the bronze Bitcoin requirement. Each coin needed a unique digital signature, a complex code intricately forged into the bronze itself. This wasn't just about the metal, he explained, but about the process, the effort, and the ingenuity it demanded. Priam countered with a display of Trojan ingenuity. He presented a series of ancient bronze artifacts, each one showcasing the intricate artistry and mathematical precision of their craftsmen. He argued that the Trojans, masters of metalwork for centuries, would not only fulfill the Greeks' demand, but would do so with a level of craftsmanship that would surpass even their digital expectations. He showcased ancient astrological charts, encoded messages within intricate bronze patterns, and a calendar system more accurate than the Greeks' own. He argued that this intricate skill, honed over millennia, was a testament to the Trojans' ability to adapt and overcome. Their verbal sparring continued, a sophisticated exchange between two vastly different cultures. Odysseus, initially amused, began to show a flicker of grudging respect. He acknowledged Priam's masterful negotiation, a testament to his skill in leveraging his people's strengths, even in the face of overwhelming technological disadvantage. He pointed out the irony. The Trojans, famed for their strength in conventional warfare, were now forced to prove their mettle in the unfamiliar terrain of cyber conflict. The Greeks countered with a series of cryptic clues about the required digital signature, embedded in riddles and allegories from their own ancient mythology. Priam, with the aid of Helen and Aeneas, painstakingly deciphered the clues, revealing a hidden layer of complexity within the ransom demand. The bronze coins needed not only unique digital signatures, but also had to contain an element of randomness, an algorithm that would constantly shift and change, making replication impossible. Days turned into weeks as the Trojan artisans worked tirelessly, their traditional skills combined with the newly acquired knowledge of digital cryptography. The process was a chaotic blend of hammer blows and code cracking, a testament to the unexpected synergy between ancient craftsmanship and modern technology. They began to understand the cryptographic principles underpinning the bronze bitcoins, discovering that the Greeks' approach was less about exploiting a vulnerability and more about testing the Trojans' adaptive capacity. As the Trojans made progress, the Greeks started to see the futility of pure technological dominance in the face of cultural resilience and ingenuity. The Trojans' response, a blend of their existing expertise and newly acquired digital skills, was not only impressive, but also demonstrated the depth of their resourcefulness. The Greeks' initial arrogant confidence gradually shifted to a begrudging respect. Finally, the day arrived when the Trojans delivered their tribute, a collection of bronze bitcoins, each perfectly crafted, each bearing its unique digital signature. They were a symbol not just of compliance, but of resilience, a testament to the unwavering spirit of a civilization facing its greatest challenge yet. This chapter, therefore, didn't only conclude the negotiation, but also marked a turning point. The war continued, but the digital battleground had unexpectedly transformed into a platform for an intriguing exchange of cultural knowledge and adaptability. The Greeks, having underestimated the Trojans' resilience, learned that some challenges can be overcome not with brute force or technological superiority, but with ingenuity and the ability to blend ancient traditions with the latest technologies. The delivery of the bronze bitcoins, a testament to Trojan ingenuity and resilience, did little to quell the underlying anxieties simmering within the city walls. While the immediate threat of total system shutdown had been averted, a deeper, more insidious problem remained: the Trojan horse itself. It stood, a menacing wooden behemoth in the heart of the city, a constant reminder of their catastrophic security lapse. The ransom was paid, but the patch management, as it were, remained a gaping wound. Priam, ever the pragmatic ruler, realized that simply paying the ransom wasn't enough. The horse, a digital Trojan of epic proportions, needed to be neutralized. He summoned his technical advisors, a motley crew of scribes, astronomers, and surprisingly, a few blacksmiths who'd shown an uncanny aptitude for deciphering cryptic algorithms. They gathered in the war room, now less a repository of bronze and more a chaotic blend of soldering irons, scrolls filled with complex equations, and half-eaten bowls of olives. Their initial attempts at patch management were, to put it mildly, disastrous. One advisor, a particularly enthusiastic scribe named Diomedes, who harbored a secret passion for coding in ancient Greek, proposed a solution involving a series of incantations and strategically placed amulets designed to disrupt the horse's internal circuitry. The result was a city-wide power outage and a particularly aggressive surge of static electricity that fried several perfectly good abacuses. Another approach involved injecting a counter-virus, a concoction of herbs and incantations, painstakingly brewed by the city's resident apothecary. It was meant to erase the Greek soldiers digitally, but instead, it caused the horse to emit a high-pitched whine, drawing a large, disgruntled flock of pigeons that promptly decided to roost inside the Trojan horse, adding to the general chaos. Helen, ever practical, suggested a more systematic approach. "We need to understand the horse's internal workings," she declared, pointing to a large diagram meticulously drawn on a linen sheet. It was a chaotic mess of lines, symbols, and what appeared to be a surprisingly accurate depiction of the Greek army's organizational chart. "We must find its vulnerabilities, its weak points." The task proved more daunting than anticipated. The horse's internal structure was a labyrinth of hidden compartments, secret passages, and confusingly placed wires, or rather, what they assumed were wires. It turned out that the wiring was actually an incredibly complex system of levers, pulleys, and ropes designed to move the hidden soldiers in a specific sequence. It was the world's first mechanical hidden door Rube Goldberg device, powered by pure ingenuity and a healthy dose of ancient Greek military planning. Their efforts to map the interior were hindered by the constant movement of the soldiers. The constant clanking and shifting within the horse sounded like the sounds of a particularly rowdy group of metal artisans having a very loud party all night long. A team of scouts equipped with miniature bronze grappling hooks and surprisingly effective miniature cameras, another Trojan marvel of engineering, attempted to navigate the interior, only to get hopelessly lost in a network of corridors and secret compartments. They returned hours later, covered in sawdust, disoriented, and with tales of surprisingly comfortable bunks and surprisingly high-quality rations. The biggest challenge was the lack of documentation or any kind of instruction manual. The Greeks, known for their cunning strategies, had clearly left no trace of their design processes. Their patch notes, as far as the Trojans could tell, were a series of riddles and cryptic poems left on papyrus scrolls. Meanwhile, the horse's presence was affecting the city's infrastructure in unforeseen ways. The local network of carrier pigeons, usually a reliable source of communication, became inexplicably confused, delivering messages to the wrong addresses and sometimes even to neighboring cities. The city's famed aqueducts began to malfunction, seemingly in sync with the horse's internal movements. It was as if the horse was actively disrupting the city's systems, subtly sabotaging its functionality, a low-level form of digital sabotage. The situation became even more complicated when the city's most skilled blacksmiths, attempting to create a digital equivalent of a virus scan, accidentally triggered a cascade of malfunctions within the horse. A series of loud bangs, followed by a plume of smoke, emerged from the horse's interior. For a terrifying moment, the Trojans feared the horse itself had exploded. Yet, the smoke cleared, revealing a small, slightly singed Greek soldier, sheepishly emerging from a newly revealed hatch, clutching a charred piece of papyrus. The papyrus, miraculously unscathed, contained a crucial piece of information, a list of all the horse's back doors, secret entries to its interior mechanisms. This breakthrough, however accidental, allowed the Trojans to finally approach their patch management problem in a more organized manner. With the back doors identified, they could directly address specific vulnerabilities within the horse's mechanism. They developed a series of ingenious countermeasures. Small, remotely controlled bronze robots were designed to enter the back doors and disable the internal mechanisms. The mechanisms themselves, upon closer inspection, revealed to be not just a clever mechanical engineering project, but also a rudimentary form of data storage. The Trojans were amazed to discover that the hidden compartments contained not only soldiers but also caches of carefully encrypted information, including plans for future Greek invasions, and more concerning, what seemed to be a series of sensitive data intercepts from the Trojans' own internal communications. Even with these discoveries, the patch management process remained a chaotic struggle. The horse's complexity proved immense, its inner workings a testament to Greek ingenuity and their advanced understanding of basic computing principles applied through ancient mechanics. The city's engineers, scribes, and blacksmiths worked around the clock, a cacophony of hammers, screwdrivers, and frantic scribbling filling the air, their efforts a thrilling blend of ancient craftsmanship and modern troubleshooting. The war room became a scene of organized chaos, a symphony of hissing torches, clanging metal, and the frantic tapping of fingers on unexpectedly robust abacuses. Eventually, after weeks of painstaking work, the Trojans managed to secure their system, not through some simple patch, but by understanding the very fabric of the threat they faced. They learned a bitter lesson about the importance of proactive security measures, the pitfalls of relying on outdated systems, and the critical need for thorough documentation. The Trojan horse, once a symbol of their failure, became a grim reminder of the necessity to develop robust security protocols to avoid the chaotic and often hilarious scramble to fix a system after it had been breached. The war against the Greeks, therefore, was not only a battle of armies, but also a continuous struggle for digital dominance, a lesson they learned the hard way, in the most chaotic and humorously frustrating manner imaginable. The euphoria following the bronze Bitcoin transaction proved short-lived. The jubilation quickly devolved into a cacophony of frustration and bewilderment as the Trojans attempted to decrypt their data. Priam, convinced that the ransom payment would unlock their encrypted files, had distributed a crude decryption key, a sequence of symbols etched onto a bronze tablet, painstakingly delivered by a sweating messenger. This key, supposedly provided by the Greeks, was their only hope of restoring their digital lives. The initial attempts were met with a series of beeps and whirs from the city's mainframe, a complex network of interconnected abacuses and surprisingly sophisticated, for the time, water-powered calculators. The city's chief programmer, a wizened old scribe named Nestor, nervously adjusted his spectacles as the system sputtered and coughed, displaying a series of nonsensical error messages in a cryptic form of ancient Greek code. Nestor, a man who usually exuded an air of calm confidence, was now visibly sweating. The bronze tablet, which he had been holding with trembling hands, slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. The impact echoed through the silent room, amplifying the tension that hung heavy in the air. The abacus wheels spun wildly, the water in the hydraulic system gurgled ominously, and an array of colored marbles, normally used for intricate calculations, flew across the room, scattering like startled doves. The attempted decryption not only failed to unlock the data, it seemed to cause widespread system errors. The city's communications network, reliant on a complex system of signal fires and carrier pigeons, went haywire. Messages were scrambled, misdirected, or completely lost. The pigeon coop outside the city gates was in complete pandemonium, as confused birds flew in circles, delivering messages intended for the king of Sparta to the local baker. The city's aqueducts, meticulously engineered marvels of hydraulic engineering, also began to malfunction. Water spurted from unexpected places, flooding parts of the city and creating a series of cascading waterfalls in the most inconvenient places imaginable. The normally serene city was now a chaotic mess of confusion, a testament to the devastating consequences of a failed decryption attempt. Helen, ever the voice of reason, attempted to restore order, but her calming presence was drowned out by the general mayhem. The city's blacksmiths, initially optimistic about their ability to manually decrypt the data, threw their hands up in despair as their meticulously crafted tools proved useless. Their efforts resulted in only more twisted metal and frustrated groans. Priam, his face a mask of grim determination, summoned his advisors for an emergency meeting. The war room, previously a scene of organized chaos during the patch management efforts, was now an even bigger mess. Scattered papers, broken abacuses, and disgruntled scribes littered the floor. The air was thick with the smell of burnt papyrus and the palpable sense of failure. "The Greeks have deceived us," he thundered, his voice echoing through the room. "Their key is a sham, a cruel trick to prolong our suffering." Nestor, attempting to speak, was interrupted by a chorus of complaints and suggestions. The mood in the room was tense, each advisor blaming the others for the botched decryption attempt, as if the blame would somehow magically fix their system. Accusations were thrown around like the aforementioned marbles, flying wildly and hitting their intended target only by chance. Diomedes, still convinced of the power of ancient incantations, proposed a solution involving a complex ritual designed to coerce the data into revealing itself. His suggestion was met with a chorus of skeptical sighs and eye rolls. Even Helen, usually supportive of his more creative approaches, looked at him with a mixture of pity and concern. This time, even she wasn't convinced. The idea of performing a ritual to decrypt data seemed a bit excessive, even by Trojan standards. The apothecary, ever practical, suggested a more herbal approach, offering a concoction purported to cleanse the system of the Greek malware. This too proved ineffective, resulting only in a citywide outbreak of sneezing and a sudden surge in demand for particularly potent nose drops. The situation was made more dire by the realization that the Greeks had not only encrypted the Trojans' data, they had also cleverly embedded a self-destruct mechanism within the malware. As the Trojans struggled with the failed decryption, the self-destruct timer ticked closer to zero, threatening to erase all their data permanently, not just the encrypted files, but everything. The realization of the impending data loss fueled a new wave of frantic activity. Scribes furiously scrawled equations on papyrus scrolls, blacksmiths hammered at their anvils with renewed vigor, and astronomers frantically consulted the stars hoping to divine a solution. The whole city was now engulfed in a desperate race against time. Amidst the chaos, Helen, displaying her characteristic resourcefulness, remembered something. In the midst of the initial panic, they had overlooked a crucial piece of information, a backup of the city's digital records, painstakingly created by a particularly diligent scribe named Menelaus, who had a strangely prescient awareness of the importance of data backups. This backup, stored on a series of clay tablets, a remarkably resilient storage medium, had been dismissed as unnecessary until this point. Now it was their only hope. Menelaus, looking utterly self-satisfied, produced the tablets, his face glowing with the pride of someone who had, against all odds, predicted a catastrophic data breach. He had, after all, been warned of this exact scenario by a dream involving a giant wooden horse and a particularly frustrated king. The retrieval of the data from the clay tablets was a tedious process, but it was their salvation. The complete restoration of their digital life was slow, but eventually successful. The experience was a harsh and humorously frustrating lesson about the importance of proper security planning, data backups, and the unforeseen comedic consequences of trusting ancient Greek technology, or anyone really. The Trojans would never again underestimate the importance of planning ahead, a fact reinforced by the lingering, slightly singed smell of burnt papyrus that permeated the city for weeks afterward. The initial relief at recovering their data from the clay tablets was quickly overshadowed by the sheer scale of the damage. The digital siege had left its mark, not just in the encrypted files, but in the very fabric of Trojan society. Their meticulously organized system of record-keeping, once the envy of the ancient world, was now a chaotic jumble of fragmented information and inconsistencies. The painstakingly crafted water-powered calculators, once symbols of technological prowess, sputtered and wheezed like ancient overworked beasts, requiring constant repairs and adjustments. The economic repercussions were immediate and devastating. Trade, reliant on a complex network of digital ledgers, ground to a halt. The city's markets, once bustling with activity, were eerily silent. The vendors left to contemplate their losses and the precarious nature of their digital economy. Farmers, unable to access their planting schedules and crop yields, watched their harvests wither in the fields, the digital records of optimal planting times lost to the Greek malware. The city's artisans, dependent on digital patterns for their intricate designs, found themselves struggling to replicate their creations, their artistic legacy threatened by the digital siege. The social impact was equally profound. Rumors and misinformation spread like wildfire, fueled by the malfunctioning communication system. The once vibrant social fabric of Troy was unraveling, replaced by suspicion and distrust. Families were torn apart by conflicting reports, friendships fractured, and the city's sense of community eroded. Even Helen, with her legendary diplomacy, found it difficult to restore order. The digital siege had not only targeted their data, it had targeted their very way of life. The psychological impact was perhaps the most insidious. The Trojans lived with a constant sense of unease, the memory of the digital siege a palpable presence in their daily lives. The fear of another attack loomed large, and the previously confident citizens were now plagued by anxiety and paranoia. Sleepless nights were common, punctuated by the unsettling whirring of the partially repaired calculators and the distant cooing of the still disoriented carrier pigeons. The city's once renowned poets found themselves writing not of heroic deeds, but of data loss and system failures, their mournful verses echoing the collective trauma of the city. The aftermath also brought about a strange sort of cultural shift. The previously revered scribes, masters of their craft, were now viewed with a mixture of awe and suspicion. Their mastery of ancient Greek code had been rendered useless against the sophisticated Greek malware, and their reputation for precision and accuracy was tarnished. This led to a widespread adoption of more analog methods, such as the resurgence of clay tablets for recording crucial information. Ironically, the technological sophistication of the Greeks had resulted in a regression to older, simpler technologies, a darkly humorous testament to the unintended consequences of cyber warfare. Priam, his regal bearing slightly diminished by the stress, attempted to rebuild his city, but his efforts were hampered by a shortage of skilled technicians and a crippling lack of resources. The city's coffers, emptied by the ransom payment and the cost of repairs, were nearly depleted. The once proud king now found himself negotiating with merchants, pleading for assistance in the rebuilding process. His attempts at technological advancement were frequently thwarted by malfunctioning tools, damaged systems, and a persistent, almost whimsical sense of chaos that pervaded the city. Even Diomedes, ever the optimist, couldn't quite find a way to spin the catastrophic failure into a positive light. His ritualistic attempts to cleanse the system with herbs and incantations were met with increasingly skeptical looks from the populace. The apothecary, previously respected for his potent remedies, was now seen as a purveyor of ineffective elixirs and the source of numerous sneezing fits. The once respected figures of Trojan society were finding themselves struggling to adapt to the new reality. Helen, however, proved to be the city's saving grace once more. Her shrewd negotiation skills secured crucial financial aid from neighboring city-states, a testament to her enduring reputation and her ability to navigate the complexities of international diplomacy. Using this newly secured aid, she oversaw the creation of a comprehensive cybersecurity plan designed to prevent future attacks. She advocated for rigorous training programs for the city's scribes, ensuring they were equipped to handle future technological threats. The once overlooked Menelaus, now a celebrated figure, was put in charge of all data backups, ensuring the city was prepared for any future digital sieges. The restoration was slow and painstaking. The city's digital infrastructure was rebuilt, not as a monument to ancient technological prowess, but as a robust, resilient system designed to withstand future attacks. The Trojans adopted new security protocols, implementing regular system updates and diligently conducting virus scans, a process which involved meticulously examining every piece of incoming correspondence for suspicious smells, unusual symbols, and the presence of hidden compartments. They understood that vigilance was paramount in the digital age, a harsh lesson learned at a significant cost. Years later, Troy was again a thriving city, a testament to the resilience of its people and their ability to adapt. The scars of the digital siege remained, visible in the subtle changes to their infrastructure, their customs, and their approach to technology. But amidst the ruins of their old systems rose a new city, strengthened by its ordeal. The giant wooden horse, once a symbol of devastating betrayal, was eventually displayed as a museum piece, a constant reminder of the importance of cybersecurity and the unforeseen consequences of ignoring the warning signs. The city's blacksmiths even started forging miniature wooden horses' humorous souvenirs for tourists, each stamped with the inscription, "Do not open," virus inside. A poignant reminder of a time when the digital world collided with ancient mythology, leaving a legacy of both laughter and caution. The Trojans, once victims of a sophisticated cyber attack, had become masters of their digital destiny, armed with a renewed appreciation for the importance of data security and a healthy dose of dark humor. The siege had taught them a valuable lesson, and the city was, against all odds, stronger than ever. The digital age had arrived in Troy, and Troy, in its own hilarious and chaotic way, had learned to adapt. Chapter 5: Lessons Learned and Lost. The agonizing process of piecing together their shattered digital lives highlighted a glaring oversight: the complete absence of a robust data backup system. The Trojans, masters of intricate irrigation systems and awe-inspiring architecture, had somehow overlooked one of the most fundamental principles of modern, and, as it turned out, ancient digital security. Their reliance on a single centralized system was, in retrospect, breathtakingly naive. It was like building a magnificent palace on a foundation of sand, oblivious to the impending tide. The realization struck them with the force of 1,000 Trojan arrows. They had spent centuries meticulously documenting every aspect of their civilization, from astronomical charts to culinary recipes, from legal codes to love poems, all stored on a network of interconnected water-powered calculators and clay tablets. But there was no secondary copy, no safe haven for their digital treasures, no plan B. The Greek malware had wiped out their primary data store, leaving them with nothing but fragments and the bitter taste of regret. Flashback to a sun-drenched marketplace bustling with activity. A young scribe, fresh from his training, approaches Priam, who is examining a newly arrived shipment of clay tablets. "Your Majesty," he chirps, "should we consider creating a duplicate set of records? A backup, if you will, in case of unforeseen circumstances?" Priam, mid-chew of a particularly juicy olive, scoffs. "A duplicate set, my dear boy. That's a wasteful duplication of effort. We have the most sophisticated computing system in the known world. Why would we need a redundant system?" The young scribe, momentarily stunned into silence, meekly mumbles, "Well, Your Majesty, there is always the risk of loss of data." Priam waves his hand dismissively, scattering some olive crumbs. "Nonsense. Our system is perfectly secure. Besides, duplicating those precious tablets would cost a fortune. We have more pressing matters to attend to, such as the procurement of new wine and the inspection of the city walls." The scribe, his enthusiasm crushed, retreats, leaving Priam to his olives and his delusion of impenetrable digital security. This scene, now replaying repeatedly in the minds of the Trojans, became a symbol of their naivety, a stark reminder of their fatal lack of foresight. The lack of backups was not limited to the grand governmental records. Individual citizens had suffered equally. Hecate, Queen of Troy, discovered to her horror that the recipe for her legendary honey cakes passed down through generations was irretrievably lost. The lamentations that followed echoed through the palace. Paris, famed for his judgment in matters of beauty, lamented the loss of his carefully curated collection of digital portraits of Helen, now reduced to a series of corrupted pixels. Even Hector, the city's greatest warrior, mourned the loss of his detailed training regimen, leaving him temporarily disoriented in his martial arts. The realization of the importance of backups came slowly, painfully. It was a lesson learned the hard way, etched in the ruins of their digital world. The rebuilding process was not just about restoring the physical infrastructure, it was about creating a resilient digital ecosystem, one that could withstand future attacks. The Trojans embarked on a crash course in data security, a whirlwind education fueled by fear and a newfound appreciation for the art of redundancy. Helen, ever the resourceful one, oversaw the creation of a multi-tiered backup strategy. Clay tablets were no longer enough. They started using duplicates, triplicates, and even quadruplicates, each copy stored in a different geographically dispersed location. A system of carrier pigeons was also established to transport crucial data between these locations, a digital relay race across the plains of Troy. They even started experimenting with a crude form of cloud storage, storing certain records in the less accessible mountain caves, utilizing the natural coolness and dryness to preserve fragile clay tablets. This primitive cloud system was far from perfect, but offered a measure of redundancy. The scribes underwent intensive retraining. They learned not only the art of writing, but also the art of data preservation and disaster recovery. Their newly acquired expertise was not limited to the physical process of copying and archiving. They also learned about data encryption, access control, and the importance of regular system updates, a concept that initially baffled them, but which soon became ingrained in their daily practice. The process was not without its comical moments. Imagine a scene: dozens of scribes frantically copying clay tablets by candlelight, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames, their pens scratching against the clay, their fingers smudged with ochre. They look like a team of frantic digital archaeologists unearthing precious artifacts, their faces a mix of concentration and exasperation. The meticulous process of cross-checking and validating copies became a city-wide ritual, a testament to their newfound dedication to data security. The system of regular backups proved more complex than anyone had imagined. The creation of duplicate data necessitated a new class of specialist data custodians, responsible for the safekeeping and maintenance of the backups. These custodians had to be exceptionally well trained, possessing not only technical skills, but also a strong sense of responsibility and discretion. The role of data custodian became one of the most coveted positions in the city, a position of significant authority and trust. As the Trojans painstakingly rebuilt their digital infrastructure, they realized that the true cost of neglecting data security was far greater than the cost of maintaining a proper backup system. It was the cost of lost history, of severed connections, of disrupted lives. The memory of the digital siege served as a constant reminder of the importance of vigilance and preparedness, transforming their approach to technology and creating a legacy of robust data management. And while the threat of another Greek cyber attack always lingered, the Trojans now had a plan, a system, a way to ensure that even if their primary data source was compromised, their legacy would survive. The city was now better prepared for not just the threats from outside their walls, but also for the unexpected calamities of the digital age. They had moved from a reactive approach to a proactive one, securing their future with a method as ancient as clay tablets and as modern as a robust, multi-layered backup strategy. The ghost of the wooden horse still haunted their dreams, but now, at least, they had a plan to deal with it, a digital shield against future invasions, forged in the fires of their past mistakes. The agonizing rebuilding process, however, revealed another gaping hole in their digital defenses, a vulnerability far more insidious than the Trojan horse itself: their passwords, or rather, their lack of passwords. Before the Greek invasion, the concept of a password was as alien to the Trojans as a flying chariot powered by hamsters. Their security was based on a system of memorized access codes, whispered from generation to generation, codes as easily cracked as a poorly baked honey cake. These codes were often based on family names, birth dates, or easily guessable phrases like "I love Helen," a password so predictable it could have been written on a napkin left on a table in a crowded tavern. The Greeks, unsurprisingly, didn't need a sophisticated algorithm to break into many Trojan accounts. A simple list of common names and dates of birth, combined with a bit of trial and error, yielded access to a shocking amount of sensitive information. Imagine the horror of the royal treasury officials when they discovered that their account, protecting the city's gold reserves, had been accessed using the password Priam S birthday 123. It was a password so unimaginative, it would make a seasoned cybersecurity expert weep tears of frustration, seasoned, of course, with the salty tears of the sea. This debacle spurred a much-needed education in the crucial art of password creation. Helen, ever the pragmatist, organized a citywide seminar on the subject. The scene was chaotic, a hilarious blend of ancient wisdom and modern technology. Scribes, accustomed to meticulously recording prophecies and epic poems, found themselves struggling with the complexities of uppercase letters, lowercase letters, numbers, and symbols. The concept of randomness was a particularly challenging one. The Trojans, used to the structured elegance of their written language, found it almost sacrilegious to create a string of characters that seemed completely devoid of meaning or pattern. The first attempts at strong passwords were, to put it mildly, underwhelming. One scribe, attempting to follow the advice to use a mix of uppercase and lowercase letters, produced the password "Helen is pretty." Another, aiming for complexity, came up with MYH at IrisBR0 a password easily cracked by anyone who had ever spoken to him. There were even attempts at combining ancient prophecies with modern technology, resulting in passwords like "The Apocalypse 1 Scumming," which, while technically strong, lacked a certain originality. Helen, however, was determined to make this lesson stick. She introduced a series of memorable analogies, using easily understood metaphors to illustrate the importance of strong passwords. Imagine, she'd say, your city walls made of flimsy sticks, easy to breach by even the feeblest of enemies. That, my friends, is what a weak password represents. She then devised a system that made password creation easier and more memorable, combining easily recalled phrases with random additions. The Trojans were taught to select a strong seed phrase, a sentence or phrase personally meaningful to them but not obviously related to their lives. For example, "The purple cow jumped over the lazy moon" could be a suitable seed phrase. This phrase would then be transformed into a password through a series of simple steps. They would replace the first letter of each word with an uppercase letter, add a number, and then incorporate a special character. Applying this transformation to the example seed phrase could produce a password like TPC Joim 7. The addition of a random element like 7 ensured that the password wasn't easily guessed, even if the original phrase were known. This method remarkably resonated with the Trojans. The concept of using a seed phrase as a mnemonic device allowed them to create complex, memorable passwords without resorting to meaningless strings of characters. Helen further encouraged the use of different passwords for different accounts, employing the same methodology with varied seed phrases tailored to the specific account. For example, their royal treasury password might have been derived from a phrase like golden apples of Hesperides, while their communication system could utilize messenger pigeon's flight. Further training focused on the importance of password protection. They were educated on the dangers of writing down passwords, emphasizing the importance of memorization. They learned about password managers, rudimentary clay tablet equivalents that helped them store and retrieve their various passwords. The scribes, always meticulous, developed elaborate systems for encrypting and protecting these password tablets, a process that involved using complex patterns of knots and seals. This became an integral part of the security training, showcasing a blend of ancient craft and modern security principles. The concept of password hygiene, or regular password changes, was another revelation. The Trojans were initially resistant to this idea. Changing passwords seemed like an unnecessary expenditure of time and effort. However, Helen illustrated the point with a vivid analogy of a worn-out city gate, vulnerable to attack. Regular password changes, she explained, were equivalent to maintaining and strengthening their digital defenses, ensuring that even if one gateway was compromised, the others remained secure. The re-education process extended to the city's leaders. Priam, after witnessing the devastating effects of poor password security firsthand, became a staunch advocate for strong passwords. He even issued a royal decree mandating the use of strong, unique passwords for all government accounts. The decree was widely circulated, engraved on large clay tablets, and displayed prominently throughout the city. The decree's humorous tone, "Let he who uses password 123 face the wrath of the gods," lightened the mood while emphasizing the seriousness of the issue. The penalties for poor password practices were certainly not as severe as a siege, but they included mandatory attendance at Helen's cybersecurity workshops, a fate almost as daunting as facing Hector in battle. The change wasn't immediate, of course. Old habits died hard, and there were still occasional lapses in password security. A minor incident involving Paris's account on the city's dating service, password "Helen is mine," briefly sent ripples of panic through the city. But the Trojans, having learned their lesson the hard way, were now much more vigilant. The memory of the Trojan horse and the subsequent password debacle served as a stark reminder of the importance of a robust cybersecurity strategy. Their improved password management, combined with their revitalized backup systems and enhanced network security, transformed Troy into a digitally fortified city, a model of ancient resilience in the face of modern threats. Their experience became a cautionary tale, a humorous reminder that even the most technologically advanced civilizations can fall victim to simple mistakes, and that strong passwords, like sturdy city walls, are the first line of defense in the digital battlefield. They now understood that the battle for digital security was ongoing, a ceaseless vigilance required for survival. The city of Troy, once a symbol of digital vulnerability, had risen from the ashes, a shining example of how even the most ancient cultures could master the secrets of modern cybersecurity, one strong password at a time. The lesson was clear. A strong password wasn't just a string of characters, it was a shield, a guardian, a testament to the city's newfound digital fortitude, a fortress against the ever-present threat of digital invaders. The improved password regime, however, proved to be only one piece of the puzzle. The Greeks, ever resourceful, quickly discovered a new avenue for infiltration: fishing. Their initial Trojan horse attack, while spectacular, was a blunt instrument. Fishing, on the other hand, was a scalpel, far more precise and insidious. The first wave of phishing attacks arrived disguised as seemingly innocuous messages. Imagine, if you will, a flock of digital pigeons, each carrying a tiny scroll, each scroll containing a carefully crafted message. One message, supposedly from the oracle at Delphi, promised to reveal the Trojans' destiny. All they needed to do was click a link. Another, a purported missive from Helen herself, expressed concern about a supposed security breach and asked for urgent verification of their banking details. Yet another, from the seemingly reliable Royal Treasury Department, requested that all citizens update their account information by following a specific link. These messages, far from being crude attempts at deception, were masterpieces of social engineering. The Greeks had carefully studied Trojan society, understanding their customs, their beliefs, and their vulnerabilities. They knew exactly what kind of bait would be most effective. The promise of divine revelation, the concern for Helen's safety, the official sounding missives from the treasury, all these played on the Trojans' inherent trust and their ingrained cultural sensitivities. The results were initially disastrous. Many Trojans, despite their newly acquired password expertise, fell prey to these cunning attacks. Their skepticism, honed during the Trojan horse incident, had been dulled by the seemingly legitimate nature of these communications. They lacked the critical thinking skills necessary to identify the subtle red flags. For instance, the supposed message from Helen featured a grammatical error so glaring it should have been a neon sign flashing "scam." But in their eagerness to hear from their queen, they overlooked this crucial detail. The scenes that followed were a mixture of confusion, panic, and, yes, even a dash of dark humor. Hector, known for his battlefield prowess, was utterly flummoxed when his prized chariot racing betting account was emptied. He'd fallen for a message claiming a mysterious prize upgrade and unwittingly given away all his winnings. Paris, never one to learn from his mistakes, lost his access to his extensive collection of poetry websites, a devastating blow to his romantic aspirations, after clicking on a link promising exclusive content featuring Helen. Even Priam, the king himself, wasn't immune to the allure of these deceptive messages. He received a message from his advisor, purportedly alerting him to a secret plot against his throne, complete with urgent instructions to re-enter his password through a seemingly legitimate website. Fortunately, one of his more tech-savvy advisors noticed a slight discrepancy in the URL. The official website used troy.gov, while the phishing site used troy.gov.evil. This close call, however, served as a painful reminder that even the city's most experienced and well-informed citizens were not immune to such threats. The sheer audacity of the attacks added to the humor. One particularly brazen phishing attempt involved a message promising the Trojans a free supply of ambrosia, the food of the gods. This particularly ludicrous offer was accompanied by a link that, if clicked, would have installed a program capable of completely shutting down the city's newly installed irrigation system. The fact that the Greeks would stoop to such levels to steal data rather than simply taking it by force was both astonishing and darkly comical. Helen once again stepped up to the plate. She recognized that the Trojans' problem wasn't a lack of technical knowledge, it was a lack of critical thinking. Their improved password security, while crucial, wasn't a panacea for all digital ills. She initiated a new wave of training sessions, focusing on the subtle art of identifying phishing attempts. These sessions were far more dynamic than the previous password training. They involved role-playing, mock phishing attacks, and lively discussions about the psychology of deception. Helen's training methods proved as innovative as her password system. She used visual aids, employing examples from everyday Trojan life. For example, she compared a suspicious email to a seemingly generous stranger offering gifts outside the city walls, a tactic that would be instantly recognized as suspicious. She also utilized a series of carefully crafted scenarios where different phishing attempts were analyzed and dissected. These included everything from fake invoices and threatening legal notices to alluring job opportunities and fake lottery winnings. The sessions also involved the use of real-life examples of phishing attacks, complete with screenshots and analyses. They focused on identifying suspicious links, questionable email addresses, and unusual grammatical errors. The Trojans learned to look for inconsistencies in the sender's identity, to check the sender's email address carefully, and to examine the overall tone and style of the message. They were taught to hover their cursor over links before clicking, to check the actual URL displayed, and to never click on links or download attachments from unknown sources. The sessions weren't all serious, though. Helen incorporated humor to make the lessons more memorable and engaging. She'd recount stories of particularly ridiculous phishing attempts, illustrating how even seemingly intelligent people could fall victim to these sophisticated scams. She even introduced a series of humorous mnemonics designed to help the Trojans remember the key principles of phishing prevention. These mnemonics, employing memorable imagery and witty wordplay, proved surprisingly effective in cementing the crucial lessons. Through these efforts, the Trojans slowly developed a sharper eye for deception. They learned to approach unsolicited communications with healthy skepticism and a dose of critical thinking. They understood that a lack of vigilance could undo even the most robust technical defenses. The experience, though initially humbling, ultimately served as a powerful lesson. It reinforced the understanding that cybersecurity wasn't just about technology. It was about people, about critical thinking, about vigilance, and about understanding the psychology of the attacker. The Trojans, having weathered the storm of phishing attacks, emerged stronger and more resilient, a testament to their ability to adapt and learn, even in the face of the most cunning digital adversaries. The tale of their struggle against phishing became a legend whispered in the city's halls, a humorous yet cautionary tale about the ongoing battle for digital security, a battle fought not just with technology, but with wisdom, skepticism, and a healthy dose of common sense. The aftermath of the phishing attacks left Troy reeling but not broken. The city's collective digital bruises served as a stark reminder. Even the most sophisticated technological defenses were vulnerable if the human element was neglected. Helen, ever the pragmatic leader, recognized this critical flaw and initiated a comprehensive cybersecurity training program, a move that would prove as crucial as the installation of the city's new firewalls. The training wasn't your typical dry lecture series. Helen, ever innovative, understood that engagement was key. She envisioned a program that blended practical lessons with engaging storytelling, humor, and even a dash of theatrical flair. The initial sessions focused on identifying suspicious emails. Gone were the days of simply relying on antivirus software. Now, Trojans were taught to be the first line of defense. The training began with a series of interactive workshops held in the city square, a location chosen for its accessibility and symbolic importance. Large screens displayed examples of real-world phishing attempts, their deceptive tactics highlighted with dramatic flair. Helen, a master storyteller, would narrate each example, explaining the subtle cues that betrayed the attacker's true intentions. For instance, one email, ostensibly from the royal treasury, contained a glaring typographical error, a misspelled word that would have been laughed out of any official correspondence. Yet, the email had successfully tricked several citizens, showcasing how even the most obvious flaws could be overlooked in the rush to trust a familiar-looking address. Another example involved a purported invitation from Helen herself, promising a private audience. The email, however, lacked the formality expected of such a communication, employing informal language and casual tone, a jarring contrast to Helen's usual regal style. These examples highlighted the importance of not only looking at the technical aspects of an email, but also the subtle nuances of tone, language, and overall impression. The workshops weren't just about passively observing, they encouraged active participation. Participants were divided into groups, each tasked with analyzing a series of emails and identifying any suspicious elements. Helen would then walk through each email, highlighting what to look for: inconsistencies in sender details, grammatical errors, alarmingly urgent requests, and above all, that unnerving feeling of something being off. She compared this gut feeling to Laocoon's prophetic warning: trust your instincts, the same instincts that warned of the wooden horse's treachery. The training expanded beyond emails. Helen introduced simulations that mirrored real-world phishing scenarios. One exercise involved a mock online banking system where participants were tasked with identifying fake login pages. Another simulated a social media platform featuring fake profiles designed to harvest personal information. These exercises tested the Trojans' ability to apply what they had learned in realistic settings, pushing them beyond mere theoretical understanding. Humor played a vital role in the program. Helen cleverly incorporated Trojan legends and folklore into the training modules. She compared phishing scams to mythical creatures attempting to trick unsuspecting victims. A cunning siren song became a deceptive email promising untold riches. A hydra's many heads were likened to the multiple variations of a phishing email. This blending of the ancient and the modern made the training both memorable and engaging. The Trojans, initially hesitant about these newfangled methods, slowly embraced the training. They began to see the value of digital awareness, realizing that cybersecurity was not just about technology, but about critical thinking, skepticism, and vigilance. Their improved understanding of phishing was complemented by comprehensive training on password security, best practices in data handling, and the importance of regular software updates. They weren't just learning about technology, they were learning about psychology. The training sessions included discussions on the common tactics used by phishers, including the use of emotional manipulation, fear tactics, and the exploitation of human trust and curiosity. They learned to identify the subtle cues that often accompanied phishing attempts, such as a sense of urgency, a promise of a reward or benefit, or a threat of negative consequences. Furthermore, Helen introduced a points-based system, rewarding those who successfully identified phishing attempts during simulations and training exercises. This gamified approach fostered a competitive spirit, motivating the Trojans to hone their skills and learn more about cybersecurity best practices. The top performers received recognition during city council meetings, earning public commendation and admiration. The success of the training was evident in the city's reduced vulnerability to cyber attacks. Phishing attempts continued, but the Trojans were now better equipped to handle them. Their improved awareness and critical thinking skills proved a significant defense against these digital threats, highlighting the critical role of education in maintaining a robust cybersecurity posture. The training was not without its amusing moments. One participant, an elderly baker known for his excellent honey cakes, was particularly amused by the training's blend of myth, and modern technology, often comparing cybersecurity techniques to the strategies employed by the legendary Trojan heroes. His enthusiastic participation and humorous insights often lightened the mood, reminding everyone that even complex concepts could be understood and enjoyed. The impact extended beyond the immediate improvement in cybersecurity. The training fostered a greater sense of collective responsibility and digital literacy within the city. Trojans began to discuss cybersecurity among themselves, sharing tips and best practices. They became more aware of their digital footprint, and they were better equipped to protect themselves from online threats. The experience taught them a valuable lesson. Cybersecurity wasn't just about technology, it was about people. It was about human behavior, psychology, and critical thinking. It was about understanding the attacker's motivations and tactics and equipping citizens with the skills to identify and mitigate risks. The Trojans, having learned from their past mistakes, emerged stronger and more resilient, their laughter echoing through the city walls, a testament to the triumph of knowledge and vigilance in the face of digital danger. The story of Troy's cybersecurity training became a legendary tale, passed down through generations, a reminder that even the most ancient city could adapt to the ever-evolving world of technology, and that sometimes the best defense against a cunning attacker isn't a stronger firewall, but a well-informed and alert citizen. The dust settled, both literally and figuratively, on the ravaged digital landscape of Troy. The aftermath of the Greek cyber invasion left behind a trail of shattered servers, corrupted data, and a collective sigh of bewildered disbelief. Yet, amidst the ruins, a flicker of resilience ignited. It wasn't the fire of vengeance, but the embers of a determined spirit, fueled by a shared desire to learn, rebuild, and emerge stronger from the ashes. Priam, the king, initially overwhelmed by the scale of the damage, gradually transitioned from despair to a pragmatic acceptance of the situation. His initial reaction had been one of fiery indignation, demanding immediate retribution. But Helen, ever the voice of reason, tempered his rage with a cooler, more calculated approach. "Revenge is a dish best served cold," she declared, "and in the digital age, that requires a meticulous plan." The rebuilding process wasn't a simple matter of reinstalling software and replacing hardware. It was a complete overhaul of Troy's digital infrastructure, a digital renaissance born from the crucible of defeat. The city's new security system was designed not just to prevent future attacks, but to learn from the past mistakes. The first step involved a thorough post-mortem analysis of the Greek attack. A team of expert Trojan engineers, assisted by a handful of reluctantly cooperative Greek captives, whose technical skills proved surprisingly useful, meticulously traced the attack vectors, analyzing every line of malicious code, every exploited vulnerability. The exercise revealed a startling truth. The Trojan defenses, while advanced for their time, were fatally undermined by a lack of awareness among the city's inhabitants. The Greeks hadn't simply overcome Troy's technological defenses, they had exploited the Trojans' inherent trust and curiosity. This realization led to a radical shift in Troy's approach to cybersecurity. It wasn't enough to build impenetrable walls. The inhabitants needed to understand the psychology of the attackers. Training sessions expanded beyond the basics, delving into the art of social engineering. Participants learned to identify subtle cues in emails, messages, and social media posts, the overly formal language, the urgent pleas, the promises of untold wealth. They learned to recognize the manipulation tactics deployed by cybercriminals, the way they exploited human emotions to bypass logic and critical thinking. The training incorporated interactive simulations, placing Trojans in realistic scenarios where they had to navigate complex digital landscapes, identify phishing attempts, and respond to various forms of cyber attacks. These exercises weren't just about technical skills. They were designed to build resilience, critical thinking, and an intuitive understanding of potential threats. The sessions even incorporated elements of ancient Trojan warfare strategy, comparing the attacker's tactics to those of legendary Trojan heroes, providing a context the citizens easily grasped. Achilles' cunning and Odysseus's guile were used as examples of deceptive behavior, highlighting the importance of detecting and responding to similar actions in the digital sphere. The rebuilding of Troy's infrastructure went hand in hand with this crucial educational initiative. New firewalls were erected, impenetrable digital ramparts designed to withstand even the most sophisticated attacks. Data encryption protocols were implemented, transforming sensitive information into an indecipherable code. Regular software updates became a mandatory routine, a constant vigil against emerging threats. But more importantly, a strong culture of vigilance and security awareness was instilled throughout the city. Helen, with her inherent leadership and an unexpected flair for technological innovation, spearheaded the effort. She oversaw the construction of a state-of-the-art cybersecurity center, a digital citadel equipped with the latest technologies and staffed by highly trained personnel. She established a system of regular security audits, ensuring that Troy's defenses remained robust and up to date. She also implemented a robust system of incident response, enabling the city to quickly contain and mitigate any future cyber attacks. The city's network architecture was redesigned with a modular approach, separating critical systems and preventing widespread damage from a localized breach. The process wasn't without its humorous moments. One elderly Trojan, known for his stubborn resistance to new technologies, initially refused to participate in the training. However, after a particularly convincing simulation demonstrating the ease with which his prized collection of ancient pottery could be auctioned off online through a phishing scam, he became an enthusiastic convert. His subsequent tales of near-digital disasters were woven into the training curriculum, serving as cautionary examples for future generations. The rebuilding of Troy wasn't just about restoring its digital infrastructure. It was about rebuilding its confidence. It was about learning from its past mistakes and emerging stronger, wiser, and more resilient than before. The experience had shown the city that true security lay not only in sophisticated technology, but in the collective awareness and proactive participation of its citizens. The city's newfound digital resilience wasn't just about technological advancements. It was also a testament to its ability to learn and adapt. The Trojans embraced a continuous improvement model, constantly evaluating their security posture and updating their practices to stay ahead of emerging threats. This commitment to ongoing learning and adaptation became a defining characteristic of the new Troy. Regular security drills became commonplace, preparing the citizens for any eventuality. The once vulnerable city transformed into a beacon of digital security, a testament to the power of knowledge and collective vigilance. Troy's story became a legend, whispered among neighboring cities and passed down through generations. It served as a cautionary tale, reminding others of the devastating consequences of complacency and the critical importance of robust cybersecurity practices. But it was also a story of hope, a tale of resilience, adaptation, and the triumph of the human spirit in the face of overwhelming adversity. Troy's digital renaissance wasn't just about rebuilding walls. It was about forging a stronger, more secure, and more digitally literate society. And in the heart of that transformation, humor played a vital role. A reminder that even in the face of daunting challenges, laughter and a healthy dose of self-deprecation can be the best medicine. The Trojans, having learned their lesson, emerged not only as digital warriors, but as storytellers, sharing their tales of triumph over adversity, a testament to the enduring power of human ingenuity and resilience. Their legacy became a testament to the idea that even the most ancient cities can adapt to the modern world, provided they are willing to learn, to laugh, and to never stop evolving. Chapter 6: Epilogue: A Modern Morality Tale. The tale of Troy's fall, once a whispered legend among flickering campfires, now echoed in the sterile hum of server rooms across the globe. The Trojan horse, a symbol of cunning deception in antiquity, had found a chillingly relevant parallel in the modern world's landscape of sophisticated malware and phishing scams. The story wasn't just a historical anecdote, it was a cautionary parable, a timeless lesson in the enduring human vulnerability to social engineering, a weakness exploited with equal effectiveness by both the Greek hoplites and today's cybercriminals. The rebuilding of Troy, both physical and digital, became a case study in resilience and adaptation. The city's new cybersecurity protocols weren't just about firewalls and intrusion detection systems. They were about fostering a culture of vigilance, skepticism, and informed consent. Every citizen, from the youngest shepherd tending digital flocks to the oldest artisan crafting virtual pottery, underwent rigorous training in cybersecurity awareness. The curriculum wasn't just lectures and dry technical manuals. It was a dynamic, engaging program that wove in ancient Trojan strategies with modern digital threats. Imagine, if you will, a training session where participants analyze the tactics of Odysseus, comparing his deceptive strategies to a modern-day phishing email, or a simulation where they defend the digital walls of Troy against a simulated DDoS attack, drawing parallels between the siege engines of the past and the overwhelming force of modern botnets. The once staid lectures transformed into interactive games, puzzles, and workshops, embedding the lessons deeply into the city's collective consciousness. The humor wasn't lost in the process either. The story of the elderly Trojan whose prized collection of virtual pottery was nearly auctioned off on a dark web marketplace became a popular training anecdote, a testament to the hilarious vulnerability of even the most technologically resistant. The narrative, carefully constructed to blend antiquity with modernity, resonated deeply with the citizens, reminding them that even the wisest among them could fall prey to clever deception. The lessons of Troy transcended the immediate context of cybersecurity. They touched upon fundamental aspects of critical thinking, media literacy, and the importance of due diligence in a world saturated with information. The Trojans' experience became a textbook example of the dangers of unchecked curiosity and the importance of verifying information before acting upon it. The story served as a potent counter-narrative to the ubiquitous lure of clickbait and the inherent risks of unverified online content. The legacy of the Trojan horse was far-reaching. The city's approach to cybersecurity became a model for other settlements. Experts from far-flung digital kingdoms traveled to Troy to study their innovative security protocols, marveling at the city's ability to integrate ancient wisdom with cutting-edge technology. The Trojan approach, blending practical training with insightful storytelling, became a cornerstone of digital literacy programs worldwide. But Troy's story wasn't just about the implementation of new technologies. It was about a profound shift in mindset. The citizens understood that true security wasn't merely a matter of deploying the latest software or building the most robust firewalls. It was about fostering a collective awareness, a shared responsibility in protecting the city's digital realm. The experience had imbued them with a deep-seated skepticism, a critical eye that scrutinized every digital interaction, every email, every social media post. The success of Troy's digital renaissance lay in its holistic approach. It wasn't simply about technical solutions. It was about educating the populace, empowering them to be active participants in their own digital safety. The city understood that the human element was the weakest link in any security system, and investing in human awareness was the most effective safeguard. The city's transformation wasn't merely a technical upgrade, it was a cultural shift. The lessons learned from the Greek cyber invasion became ingrained in Trojan society, passed down through generations in stories, songs, and interactive simulations. The tale of the Trojan horse served as a cautionary tale, a testament to the importance of skepticism, vigilance, and the ever-evolving nature of cyber threats. The story of the Trojan horse also offered a compelling illustration of the power of storytelling in cybersecurity education. The engaging narrative, infused with humor and relatable characters, effectively communicated complex security concepts in a way that resonated with audiences of all ages and technical backgrounds. This approach, effectively blending ancient lore with modern challenges, proved highly effective in building awareness and fostering a culture of digital safety. The enduring power of the Trojan horse narrative transcended its historical origins. The story became a metaphor for the constant battle against cyber threats, highlighting the importance of ongoing education, continuous adaptation, and the crucial role of human awareness in defending against digital attacks. It served as a reminder that even the most advanced technologies are vulnerable to human error, and that a well-informed and vigilant populace is the strongest defense. Troy's post-invasion journey became a testament to the human capacity for resilience, adaptation, and the power of collective learning. The city's transformation from a vulnerable digital target to a beacon of cybersecurity serves as an inspiration for organizations and individuals everywhere, emphasizing the importance of preparedness, continuous improvement, and the power of informed choices in navigating the complexities of the digital world. The city's experience became a powerful reminder that cybersecurity is not merely a technical problem, it's a human one. It requires vigilance, skepticism, and a willingness to constantly learn and adapt. The Trojan horse, once a symbol of defeat, was reborn as a symbol of resilience, a testament to the power of human ingenuity in the face of adversity, and a cautionary tale for all time. The legend of Troy, updated for the digital age, continues to serve as a stark reminder. In the ever-evolving landscape of cybersecurity, eternal vigilance is the price of freedom from digital invasion. The story serves as a timeless reminder that even the most sophisticated technology cannot replace the fundamental need for human awareness and informed decision-making. And perhaps most importantly, a healthy dose of humor can go a long way in the daunting task of navigating the digital world. The laughter that echoed through the rebuilt streets of Troy wasn't merely a sound. It was a testament to the city's triumph, a celebration of their resilience, and a promise of their enduring digital security. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the newly rebuilt walls of Troy. But this wasn't the Troy of legend, ravaged by war and steeped in tragedy. This was a Troy reborn, its citizens not merely survivors, but pioneers in a new era of digital defense. Gone were the days of naive trust and unchecked curiosity. In their place stood a generation armed not with bronze swords and shields, but with keyboards, code, and a healthy dose of skepticism honed by the bitter lessons of the past. This new generation, raised on the cautionary tales of their ancestors' digital downfall, approached the world with a vibrant blend of youthful enthusiasm and seasoned caution. They saw the Trojan horse not as a symbol of defeat, but as a potent reminder of the ever-present dangers lurking in the digital realm. Their training wasn't confined to dusty textbooks or sterile lecture halls. It was an immersive experience, a dynamic blend of ancient wisdom and cutting-edge technology. They learned the strategies of Odysseus, analyzing his cunning schemes alongside modern fishing attempts, dissecting the subtle nuances of social engineering techniques. They played interactive simulations, defending the city's digital walls against waves of sophisticated malware, honing their skills in incident response and threat mitigation. Their curriculum included Mythos Meets Malware, a course that cleverly intertwined ancient Trojan legends with contemporary cyber threats. They studied the fall of Troy alongside the latest ransomware attacks, drawing parallels between the siege tactics of the past and the devastating power of modern botnets. Their history lessons weren't dry recitations of dates and events. They were interactive narratives, woven with engaging storylines and memorable characters. The story of the elderly artisan whose virtual pottery collection narrowly escaped the clutches of the dark web became a recurring anecdote, a humorous yet poignant reminder of the potential consequences of online negligence. The city's children, growing up in this digitally savvy environment, developed an intuitive understanding of cybersecurity. They instinctively checked the sender's email address before opening any message. They scanned links for suspicious characters, and they approached unknown files with a cautious curiosity rather than reckless abandon. They viewed the digital world not as a playground of limitless possibilities, but as a complex and often treacherous environment requiring constant vigilance. Their education extended beyond technical skills. They learned the art of critical thinking, mastering the ability to discern truth from falsehood in the overwhelming tide of online information. They developed a keen awareness of misinformation campaigns, recognizing the subtle techniques used to manipulate public opinion and spread false narratives. Their media literacy skills were as sharp as their cybersecurity prowess, enabling them to navigate the digital landscape with confidence and discernment. The city's approach wasn't just about individual preparedness, it was about fostering a collective sense of responsibility. They understood that the security of Troy rested on the shoulders of every citizen, from the youngest coder to the oldest artisan. Regular city-wide simulations tested their preparedness, allowing them to practice coordinated responses to various cyber threats. These exercises weren't merely technical drills. They were opportunities for community building, forging strong bonds between citizens and reinforcing their collective commitment to digital security. They learned to collaborate, sharing knowledge and experiences, strengthening the city's collective immune system against cyber attacks. The city's vibrant marketplace, once a hub of unsuspecting vulnerability, was now a showcase of digital resilience. Vendors and shoppers alike were acutely aware of the potential risks of online transactions, employing secure payment methods and robust authentication protocols. The city's innovative approach to cybersecurity wasn't just about protecting data. It was about preserving the social fabric of their community, ensuring the integrity and security of their digital lives. The success of Troy's digital renaissance was not accidental. It was the result of a deliberate and sustained effort to educate and empower its citizens. The city invested heavily in training programs, developing a curriculum that was not only comprehensive but also engaging and accessible to all. The training wasn't just technical, it was also cultural, weaving the lessons of cybersecurity into the very fabric of Trojan society. The city's stories, songs, and games subtly reinforced the importance of digital vigilance, creating a generation that approached the digital world with a cautious yet confident spirit. One could often see young Trojans gathered in the city square, engaging in friendly competitions based on cybersecurity challenges. These weren't just games. They were sophisticated training simulations designed to test their knowledge and skills in a fun and engaging way. They would create elaborate simulations of phishing emails, practicing their detection skills and collaborating to identify malicious content. They would design and test their own firewalls, learning the intricacies of network security in a playful yet effective manner. The laughter and friendly competition belied the seriousness of their training. They understood that their playful engagement was a crucial aspect of their ongoing education. The elders of Troy, those who had lived through the devastating cyber invasion, acted as mentors, guiding the younger generation and sharing their experiences. They emphasized the importance of continuous learning, reminding them that the landscape of cybersecurity was constantly evolving. They stressed the need for vigilance, caution, and a healthy dose of skepticism, cautioning them against the allure of quick fixes and untested solutions. Beyond the city walls, Troy's innovative approach to cybersecurity gained international recognition. Experts from across the globe came to study their methods, marveling at their ability to integrate ancient wisdom with modern technology. Troy's approach, blending practical training with engaging storytelling, became a model for cybersecurity education worldwide. Their success was a testament to the power of human resilience, a triumph of knowledge over ignorance, and a shining example of how a community can transform adversity into strength. The legacy of the Trojan horse, once a symbol of betrayal and defeat, was reimagined as a testament to the enduring power of human ingenuity. The story served as a constant reminder of the importance of preparedness, adaptability, and the crucial role of education in combating cyber threats. The new generation of Trojans, armed with knowledge, vigilance, and a healthy sense of humor, stood ready to defend their city, not just from external threats, but also from the ever-evolving landscape of digital dangers. The laughter that echoed through the streets of Troy wasn't just a sound, it was a testament to their resilience, a celebration of their triumph, and a promise of their enduring digital security. The city's story became a powerful reminder that in the ever-shifting sands of the digital world, knowledge, vigilance, and a touch of humor are the ultimate weapons in the ongoing battle for digital freedom. Their story was a beacon of hope, proving that even the most devastating attacks could be overcome with learning, resilience, and an unyielding belief in the power of collective action. The rebuilt Troy stood as a testament to the enduring power of human adaptation, a vibrant symbol of a community transformed by adversity into a digital fortress, impervious to the cunning schemes of even the most sophisticated cyber attackers. The tale of Troy, once a whispered warning, became a powerful anthem of resilience, echoing across the digital landscape, inspiring generations to come to face the challenges of the digital age with courage, knowledge, and a healthy dose of skepticism. The tale of Troy, retold through the lens of a digital invasion, serves as more than just a humorous cybersecurity parable. It speaks to a deeper truth about the human condition, our inherent susceptibility to temptation, our struggle between caution and curiosity, and the enduring power of stories to shape our understanding of the world. The Trojan horse, a seemingly harmless gift concealing a digital army, is a potent metaphor for the myriad of threats we face in the digital age, from sophisticated phishing scams to insidious malware and the ever-present danger of misinformation. The story's enduring power lies not just in its clever reimagining of ancient myth, but in its ability to connect with timeless human vulnerabilities. The Trojans' downfall wasn't solely due to technological naivete, It stemmed from a deeper human flaw, their inability to resist the allure of the unknown. Their curiosity, a valuable human trait when channeled constructively, became their undoing when confronted with a cleverly disguised threat. This resonates deeply with our contemporary experience, where the constant bombardment of information and the seductive promise of instant gratification can cloud our judgment and make us vulnerable to digital manipulation. The retelling of the Trojan War highlights the crucial role of education and critical thinking in navigating the complexities of the digital world. The new generation of Trojans, raised on the cautionary tale of their ancestors, demonstrates the transformative power of knowledge. They weren't simply taught technical skills. They were instilled with a deeper understanding of the human element in cybersecurity, the psychological vulnerabilities that cybercriminals exploit. They learn to recognize the subtle cues of deception, to analyze information critically, and to approach the digital world with a healthy dose of skepticism. Their education wasn't merely about firewalls and antivirus software. It was about developing a resilient mindset, a critical thinking skill set robust enough to withstand the onslaught of digital deception. This approach transcends the purely technical aspects of cybersecurity, emphasizing the importance of cultural transmission and storytelling. The Trojans' success in rebuilding their digital defenses wasn't achieved through technological superiority alone. It was fueled by a shared narrative, a collective understanding of the risks and rewards of the digital realm. The city's children didn't just learn about cybersecurity in classrooms. They learned it through stories, games, and community activities, an immersive approach that ingrained digital vigilance into the very fabric of their society. This highlights the power of myth and storytelling in conveying complex ideas in a relatable and memorable way. It demonstrates how cultural narratives can be leveraged to foster collective responsibility and build resilience against future threats. The tale of the Trojan horse, reimagined for the digital age, also speaks to the broader issue of information warfare and the pervasive influence of misinformation. Leo Kuhn's silencing by the Greek IT department is a chillingly accurate metaphor for the suppression of dissent and the manipulation of information in the online world. The story serves as a stark reminder of the importance of media literacy, the need to critically evaluate information sources, and the dangers of echo chambers and filter bubbles. The new Trojans understood this implicitly. Their education encompassed not only technical skills, but also media literacy and critical thinking, equipping them to navigate the complex and often treacherous landscape of online information. Furthermore, the story's humorous tone shouldn't be dismissed as mere entertainment. Humor, often employed to mask uncomfortable truths, serves as a powerful tool for engaging audiences and making complex information more accessible. The absurdity of the situation, a giant wooden horse delivering an army of malware, allows the reader to approach the topic of cybersecurity with a sense of detachment, making it easier to digest the underlying message. This lighter touch, however, does not detract from the seriousness of the subject matter. Rather, it enhances its impact by making it more engaging and memorable. The book's conclusion ultimately points towards a hopeful vision of the future, a future where human ingenuity and collaborative action can overcome even the most sophisticated threats. Troy's transformation isn't just a story of technological advancement. It's a story of human resilience, adaptability, and the power of collective learning. The city's success in forging a robust digital defense wasn't achieved through isolation or secrecy, but through open collaboration, the sharing of knowledge, and a collective commitment to digital security. This collaborative spirit is crucial in facing the ever-evolving landscape of cyber threats, emphasizing the need for shared responsibility and international cooperation. The enduring relevance of myths, even in a seemingly disparate field like cybersecurity, lies in their ability to tap into universal human experiences. The struggles of the Trojans, their vulnerability to temptation, their capacity for both brilliance and folly, their ultimate resilience, resonate across time and culture. The story's enduring power stems from its ability to translate ancient wisdom into a contemporary context, making it relatable to a modern audience grappling with the challenges of the digital age. It's a testament to the enduring power of storytelling to engage, educate, and inspire action, even in the face of complex and ever-evolving technological threats. Beyond the specific technical aspects of cybersecurity, the narrative touches upon the human element, the importance of teamwork, community, and the critical role of leadership in guiding communities towards safety and preparedness. Priam's struggles with firewalls become a metaphor for leadership's responsibility to understand and implement effective defenses. The story underscores the necessity for proactive planning, comprehensive training, and constant vigilance. The book's ending, therefore, doesn't merely offer a feel-good conclusion. It proposes a pragmatic vision of a digitally secure future, a future built not on technological perfection, but on human resilience, critical thinking, and a community united in its commitment to digital well-being. The city's success in integrating ancient wisdom with modern technology serves as a powerful message that effective cybersecurity isn't just about technology, it's about people, their knowledge, their vigilance, and their collective commitment to a safer digital world. The tale of Troy's digital rebirth transcends the realm of simple entertainment. It serves as a potent reminder that in the ever-shifting landscape of the digital age, stories are not just forms of entertainment, but powerful tools for education, engagement, and empowerment. The narrative's success lies in its capacity to blend humor, ancient mythology, and modern cybersecurity concerns into a cohesive narrative that resonates on both intellectual and emotional levels. It leaves the reader with not just a sense of amusement, but also a deeper understanding of the inherent vulnerabilities and the potential strengths that define the human experience in the digital world. The story, ultimately, is a testament to the enduring power of storytelling to address complex issues, inspire action, and illuminate the path towards a more secure future. The laughter and the lessons intertwine, leaving the reader both entertained and enlightened. The enduring power of the myth of Troy lies not only in its timeless narrative, but in its ability to reflect and inform our understanding of the digital world, transforming a classic tale into a modern morality play. The digital age may be vastly different from the Bronze Age, but the human condition, with its vulnerabilities and resilience, remains the same. The tale of Troy, updated for the digital age, becomes a timeless parable for the ages. The fall of Troy, as we've seen, wasn't simply a matter of a cleverly disguised virus. It was a failure of collective digital hygiene, a catastrophic lapse in ancient Greek cybersecurity. Had they possessed even a rudimentary understanding of modern best practices, the outcome might have been very different. But what if they had? What if, amidst the clash of bronze and the prophecies of doom, a wise, technologically inclined oracle had scribbled down a set of cybersecurity guidelines on a particularly durable papyrus scroll? Let's imagine what those might have looked like, in an appendix that blends the wisdom of the ancients with the anxieties of the modern digital age.